Chapter 2990. Realm-swallowing beast. It was a pity that Wan Er and Yi Zhao's talents were limited, so they couldn't achieve great things. Lin Ling's time was limited, so he rarely taught them. This was Lin Ling's biggest regret. As for his disciples in his previous life, there were quite a few of them. The three of them were still learning martial arts in the fragments of the flame world. Master, I understand. The third princess nodded respectfully to Lin Ling, second brother, I will leave Qingzhou with you. At this time, Disher Tian looked at Lin Ling and said. Then he looked at Grandma Wen Dao and asked for her opinion. Go. Qingzhou is a small temple after all. The outside world is bigger. Grandma Wen Dao looked at Disher Tian and said. Disher Tian was her disciple. When Lin Ling first came to Qingzhou, Disher Tian had been learning martial arts with her for many years. But, I am a bit worried about Grandma. Hearing this, Disher Tian's eyes were a bit wet. Don't worry. Su will take care of me. Grandma Wen Dao smiled kindly. Beside her, the cloaked man, Su, nodded slightly to Disher Tian. Then Grandma Wen Dao looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, outside Qingzhou, the gods rule the world. You two brothers need to take care of each other. Don't worry, Grandma. I will do it even if you don't tell me. Lin Ling nodded heavily. He looked at all the familiar people and remembered their faces. Not long after, Xing Xiyun slightly recovered from his injuries. He also walked out. He wanted to take Lin Ling and leave immediately, but Lin Ling refused. He had been fighting and rarely spent time with his family, so he planned to spend this time with his family. After knowing Lin Ling's decision, Xing Xiyun didn't stop him. He left first, as if he had something important to do. Before leaving, he left a map of Spirit State and asked Lin Ling to find him when he arrived. Lin Ling also nodded in agreement. The reason he wanted to leave the Azure Prefecture was because with the cultivation resources of the Azure Prefecture, he would need even more time to grow. Therefore, he planned to go to a wider sky. In the following days, Lin Ling accompanied Yu Yu and the others. Although it was peaceful, it was also joyous. At the same time, Lin Ling was also stabilizing his realm. With the help of all the treasures in his possession, his fourth Dantian had reached the second level of the martial immortal realm. However, because of that, he was completely broke. In the past, Li Xiaoyao left many treasures in the fortune manor of the 9 states. With my current strength, I can go and take some of them. Lin Ling thought to himself. However, he was also a little excited when he thought about how he was about to embark on the path of revenge. With his current strength, he was not afraid of ordinary late-stage martial immortals. As for peak martial immortals, although he was no match for them, it would not be easy for them to kill him. As for geniuses with the desolate body, Lin Ling was confident that he could defeat a 4th-level martial immortal. If he used the scabbard, he might even be able to kill a 5th-level martial immortal. The scabbard was currently Lin Ling's most powerful trump card. A sword formed by absorbing the 3 great powers of essence, energy, and spirit was indeed terrifying. In the past, Emperor Qing was an expert of the half-sage realm. However, when faced with that sword, he still had to avoid it. After another 3 months, Lin Ling looked at the sky. He had completely embarked on his journey. On this journey, Sakura was traveling with him. However, when they left the Azure province, Meng Lu also caught up. He planned to travel the 9 states with Lin Ling. Lin Ling was clear about Meng Lu's origin. Therefore, he was not surprised that Meng Lu joined them. On the contrary, Sakura was puzzled. Meng Lu, you're so weak, yet you still want to leave the Azure province. Brother, I have to admire your courage. Sakura, you're not much stronger than me. Hearing that, Meng Lu's face instantly turned ugly. I like you. You're not strong but you never admit defeat. Bullshit. Bullshit, aren't you the same? Bullshit. Meng Lu was stunned for a moment, then he also laughed loudly. The three of them traveled through the void. Lin Ling checked the map and finally walked in the direction of the east border. From there, they could go straight to the Spirit Province. Spirit Province? I wonder how strong the cultivators are. How are they compared to the Azure Province? Yes. Sakura appeared to be very excited. The Spirit Province is ranked 4th in the 9 states. The cultivators there are thousands of times stronger than the Azure Province. Before Lin Ling could speak, Meng Lu spoke first. That's great. In the Azure Province, we're the strongest cultivators below the giants. If the Spirit Province is the same as the Azure Province, then it's too boring. Second brother, let's speed up. It's best if we reach the Spirit Province tomorrow. Sakura brandished his fists and strode forward in large strides. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. Brother, the 9 states is very vast. We can't reach the Spirit Province in a day. I'm afraid it'll be difficult even in 3 months. Yes. So far? Yes. Sakura stopped in his tracks in disbelief. What do you think? The 9 states in the universe is the oldest continent in the 10,000 worlds. It's so big that other than the gods, no one has ever traveled through the 9 states. Lin Ling looked at the pitch-black void and said with some nostalgia. In the past, Li Xiaoyao also didn't travel through the 9 states. This was a pity, but Lin Ling believed that he would definitely be able to travel through the 9 states in this lifetime. Lin Ling, you've only been to the Crimson Province, right? Why do I feel like you're very familiar with the 9 states? Wow. Meng Lu looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Although Lin Ling always gave him a mysterious feeling, Lin Ling was familiar with the 9 states. It was impossible for him not to be surprised. I read a lot of books, so of course I'm familiar with it. Wow. Lin Ling replied indifferently. His eyes suddenly looked forward and warned, there are fluctuations in the void ahead. I'm afraid some trouble has appeared. Brother, be careful. Heh. I just left the Azure Province and I'm already a strong cultivator. My blood is also boiling. Hearing this, Sakura was not afraid. Instead, his fighting spirit surged. This fighting spirit also infected Lin Ling. It made Lin Ling think of the days when he was fighting in the 9 states. After leaving the Azure Province, he felt like his whole body was dripping with energy. He felt like a bird flying in the sky, free and unfettered for the rest of his life. Something's not right. Why do I feel like I've entered another void? Lin Ling, what's going on? Compared to Sakura and Lin Ling's boldness, Meng Lu was more cautious. Lin Ling's soul power spread out and he suddenly laughed. Brothers, we've entered the mouth of the realm-swallowing beast. We're going to be swallowed. Realm-swallowing beast? My God, Lin Ling, you can still laugh. Hearing this, Meng Lu's pupils trembled. Who in the 9 states didn't know the name of the realm-swallowing beast? This terrifying thing could swallow anything. Even the realm couldn't escape its mouth. This is so exciting. Are we going to die? Sakura's mouth was trembling. This guy was excited and panicked. He was indeed a battle maniac. Chapter 2991. Dragon's Tooth Tongue. Lin Ling immediately laughed and scolded, do you think it will listen to me? Who knows, it might be here to devour me. What do we do now? Hearing this, Meng Lu roared and panicked even more. Run! Lin Ling had already taken the lead to escape to the other side. This caused Dream Flow and the others to be stunned, and they quickly gave chase. So exciting. Behind Meng Lu, Sakura was still roaring, as if he was looking forward to the future adventure. Lunatic. Dreamflow could not help rolling his eyes. He was about to die, yet this guy could still laugh. Then, he glanced at Lin Ling, and saw that Lin Ling was also smiling. This caused him to slap his forehead helplessly. These two brothers are crazy. Rumble. In the sky in front of them, the giant mouth began to close. The entire universe was disappearing, and Lin Ling and the other two were wrapped in the giant mouth. They had to escape from this dangerous situation before the mouth completely closed. This was the realm-swallowing beast. Its appearance was unpredictable and unpredictable. By the time the martial artists discovered it, it was already too late. Most of them ended up being devoured. Use your full strength. In front of him, Lin Ling let out a roar. The scabbard appeared, and he pulled out his strongest demonic sword. That sword light seemed to illuminate the entire void. Copper wind coffin opening. Seeing this, Meng Lu's expression turned solemn, and he unleashed his powerful innate talent. "Huh, you can't leave me out." Sakra roared and transformed into a white bone giant. With a halberd in his hand, he also attacked. With the three of them working together, their power was indeed terrifying. They actually froze the mouth in place. In the next moment, the three of them rushed out of the huge mouth and escaped with their lives. Looking back, the giant mouth behind him began to close, and finally disappeared without a trace. However, Meng Lu was still trembling with fear. His handsome face was full of solemnity. "Well, don't worry, that thing ran away." Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled and appeared to be at ease. Phew! Hearing this, Meng Lu let out a sigh of relief. After he relaxed, he realized that his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. When he looked at Lin Ling and Sakra again, he was instantly speechless. These two fellows had a carefree expression as they began to chat cheerfully and wittily. Did they understand what kind of situation they were in before? These two perverts. However, it should be a monster. Let's go. Lin Ling had no idea what Meng Lu was thinking. He looked into the distance, smiled faintly, and continued on his journey. Although they had narrowly escaped death before, Lin Ling had an intuition that they would definitely be able to escape that disaster. Therefore, he wasn't worried. Instead, he enjoyed the feeling of approaching death. And this was only the danger they encountered right after leaving Qing province. Who knew what kind of challenges they would encounter in Spirit province? After a long journey, Lin Ling and the other two's realms had become even more solid. Among them, Lin Ling's Dantian's boundary yuan had also become much more condensed and thick. A continent began to appear in front of them. It was like a dragon. "We've arrived at Spirit province?" Sakra's eyes suddenly lit up. During these days, they had traveled along the east border and had also gone to many realms. They experienced the characteristics of those realms, which made the journey less boring. TSK, a continent floating in the void of the universe, but it's not a realm. What a spectacle! Meng Lu clicked his tongue in wonder because the continent in front of them seemed to be formed by countless gravel. They couldn't see the end of it, and it meandered like a dragon. That's the dragon's tongue Fong. Lin Ling looked at the map and said, "It's not Spirit province, but it's the only way to pass through Spirit province. It means that we're getting closer and closer." "Huh, that's good. Spirit province, wait for me. Our three great prodigies of Qing province are here." Sakra laughed loudly and took the lead to shoot toward the continent in front of them. Lin Ling and Meng Lu looked at each other and hurriedly followed suit. The meandering beach-like continent looked like a dragon from afar. Only when they arrived did they realize that it was extremely majestic. It wasn't smaller than Qing province, and it was filled with plants that soared into the sky. The roars of divine beasts could be heard from time to time. The moment they landed on the ground, Lin Ling and the others felt the rolling pressure. Lin Ling and the others walked slowly in a direction. However, not long after, Lin Ling suddenly stopped in his tracks and revealed an excited smile. "Our luck isn't bad. We actually encountered the wild grass of celestial fire star. Not far away, a plant with sword-like leaves was quietly planted on the ground. The leaves were fiery red and exuded a domineering aura. Sakura and the others even saw unknown demonic beasts that approached the plant and were instantly sliced into pieces. This is a spirit herb that's extremely helpful to fire elemental talents. Lin Ling took a big step forward and walked towards the spirit grass excitedly. Lin Ling, be careful. Meng Lu had never seen such a divine herb before and couldn't help but remind him worriedly. It's fine. Although these herbs are powerful, they don't cause much harm to fire elemental cultivators. Instead, they can increase my talent. It seems that this dragon tongue fong should be a paradise for spirit herbs. Lin Ling replied. However, just as he was about to collect it, several laughter suddenly rang out. Waha, the wild grass of celestial fire star. If it were placed in an auction, it would be a treasure worth 5 million royal crystals. We're rich. We've encountered some trash during this period of time. Now, we finally have a big harvest. Big brother, I've taken a fancy to that extreme weapon. This time, I have the money to buy it. 3 figures walked out of the forest and were extremely excited. The 3 cultivators had bald heads and bulky figures. They were wearing the same outfit, and their cultivations were all in the 6th layer martial immortal realm. They ignored Lin Ling and the others as soon as they appeared, and stared at the stalk of grass greedily. Next, they didn't say anything and directly wanted to pick it. One of the fire elemental cultivators reached out his hand and wanted to hold the wild grass of celestial fire star in his hand. However, before his hand touched the grass, an arm moved faster than him and landed on the wild grass of celestial fire star. Then, it fiercely pulled. Such an unforeseen event caused the 3 of them to narrow their eyes. In fact, they had already seen Lin Ling and the others. However, when they saw that they were at the initial stage of the martial immortal realm, they ignored them. However, they didn't expect the 3 of them to be so insensible. Not only did they not leave, but they even took the initiative to snatch the spirit herb. Do you know what you're holding? One of the bald men raised his cold eyes and looked indifferently at Lin Ling and said. We'll give you a chance to explain. Say it. Why are you so stupid? You're courting death at such a young age. If you explain well, we'll spare your lives. The other 2 spoke one after another and their faces were as gloomy as water. At that moment, Lin Ling slowly collected the wild grass of celestial fire star and looked at the 3 brothers with a faint smile. He looked very calm. Don't think that we'll show mercy just because you're being polite. Chapter 2992. Fairy Lu. Then I'll give you an explanation. Lin Ling was still smiling, but at the same time, he punched out, if you don't want to die, scram. Rumble. That punch contained the power of the realm-devouring beast and the roar of the dragon god. The man closest to Lin Ling changed his expression and anxiously tried to block, but it was obviously useless. He was sent flying by the punch and broke countless trees. The other 2 were dumbfounded. Even the bald man's head was shining, as if he did not expect the little guy in front of him to be so fierce. We 3 brothers will give you a chance to explain. At the same time, Indra and Meng Lu walked over with cold faces. Although their cultivation levels were not high, they were the 3 strongest geniuses in Jianghu. Ordinary middle-stage martial immortals were nothing in their eyes. Fuck, we've kicked an iron plate. 3 big shots, please spare our lives. The 2 bald men's mouths trembled, and they knelt down directly. This kind of change made Sakura and the others very unhappy, because after leaving the Azure province, they all wanted to see the strong practitioners of the 9 provinces. However, these 3 bald burly men, although they looked tall and sturdy, they were only good for looking but useless. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling person. Since they had knelt down and begged for mercy, Lin Ling and the other two did not bother to attack anymore. 3 big shots, please spare our lives. The 2 men were still kneeling on the ground with bitter smiles on their faces. Who are you? What's around here? Lin Ling shook his head and asked. We're rogue cultivators looking for treasures here. There's a huge city nearby called Dragon Tooth City. It's a lawless area, and the treasures we find are sold there. Moreover, there are many things we can buy there. The 2 men said at the same time. Get up, tell us the direction, and then go by yourselves. It's hard to say, but we're going back to the city. If you don't mind, I'm willing to lead the way. Hearing this, Lin Ling glanced at Sakura, and Lin Ling, seeing them nod, Lin Ling also agreed. Although they were in an unfamiliar place and shouldn't trust anyone, the 3 of them weren't very strong. Therefore, Lin Ling wasn't afraid of them playing any tricks. 3 big shots, follow me. In the distance, the bald man who had been sent flying also walked back with a bitter smile on his face. After that, the 3 of them led the way while Lin Ling's group of 3 followed behind them. However, along the way, Lin Ling finally understood why these 3 fellows were so easy to talk to. It was because the demon beasts in the forest were extremely formidable, and the 3 of them were utterly unable to deal with them. In the past, they could only take a detour when they encountered them, but with the addition of Lin Ling's group of 3, their journey would definitely be much simpler. Therefore, along the way, Lin Ling's group of 3 also collected quite a lot of spirit herbs and treasures. These treasures could not be found in Qing province at all. This made Lin Ling smile excitedly. She's here, Fairy Lu is here. After walking for an unknown period of time, when they gradually approached the huge city, a large open space appeared in the dense forest. There were scattered inns, and many individual cultivators were resting in them. Presumably, this was a kind of relay station for adventurers to rest. Lin Ling's group walked in, slightly curious. The legendary Fairy Lu. At this moment, in the open space, a large number of individual cultivators stood up, and their emotions were slightly excited. Fairy Lu? Sakura frowned immediately. Look at how excited these fellows are. I'm afraid that a real fairy has arrived. I wonder how she compares to the 3rd princess. Meng Lu was also curious. At this moment, the cry of a crane came from afar. Then, a white palace arrived in a grandiose manner. Wherever it passed, petals floated in the sky, and a fragrance filled the air. Around the palace, there were several women wearing long white dresses and veils covering their faces, guarding the palace. So beautiful. Legend has it that Fairy Lu is the #1 beauty in Dragon Teeth City. No one has ever seen her. I wonder if we'll be so lucky. She's coming out. Everyone, look. As the crowd discussed, a woman in a purple dress walked out of the palace. Although she also wore a veil on her face, her figure was tall, her breasts were full, and her buttocks were perky. Just her delicate figure alone was enough to make people daydream. It was hard to imagine how devastatingly beautiful she was under the veil. Don't stop me, I want to see too. Tisk tsk, the best in the world. I didn't live in vain. The rogue cultivators in the surroundings became agitated and clamored like animals. However, the woman in the purple dress was silent, as if she was used to the feeling of being surrounded by stars. What a bunch of beasts. It's just a woman. Is there a need to be so impulsive? I really feel disdain. Sakura said sarcastically from behind the crowd. However, his eyes kept looking forward, but unfortunately, his line of sight was blocked by the crowd. He simply grabbed the people in front of him and pushed them back one by one, squeezing out of the crowd. This guy. Meng Lu was tongue-tied. Sakura obviously also wanted to see the beauty, but he actually mocked others before? His skin was too thick. Even Lin Ling shook his head helplessly and followed Sakura out of the crowd. However, when the woman in the purple dress appeared in front of him, he also felt a sense of amazement. He was very curious about what kind of face was under the veil. Fairy Lu, legend has it that she's the reincarnation of 100 flowers. Once she was born, her fragrance was overflowing. Fairy Lu of the heavenly court, TSK, a blessed girl. The individual cultivators around were still drooling. Their words also made Lin Ling's eyes narrow. Fairy Lu of the heavenly court? The corner of his mouth immediately revealed an evil smile. With a flick of his finger, powerful realm essence turned into a gust of wind and blew out. Whoosh! The gust of wind came without warning. The woman in the purple dress was still enjoying the gazes around her and didn't react at all. The veil was blown away in an instant. This time, everyone's eyes widened, and they were so excited that their bodies trembled. This gust of wind came at the right time. The name of Fairy Lu, they finally had the chance to see her true face. However, after the veil was blown away, a face that would make people vomit for 3 days and 3 nights appeared. It was a face with an upturned nose, a face full of acne, and a pair of dead fish eyes. If such a face was placed on an ordinary person, they would vomit upon seeing it, let alone Fairy Lu. The crowd was dead silent. Blurg. Next, all the individual cultivators vomited one after another. Fuck, this is Fairy Lu. Meng Lu, your dream lover is really too beautiful. You can even swallow such a heavy taste. I admire you. Sakura couldn't help but roar loudly. Sakura, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I say she's my dream lover? If you're talking nonsense, I'll kill you. Meng Lu was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, jumping up and down. Even Lin Ling was astonished. Previously, when he heard that the latter was from the heavenly court, he had an evil thought because the heavenly court was his great enemy. However, he didn't expect that Fairy Lu had the most beautiful body, but her appearance was so shameful. At this moment, Fairy Lu was stunned. Previously, when she came out of the palace, she didn't leave immediately because she wanted to enjoy the sentimental gazes of everyone, and she also liked this kind of gaze. This made her feel that she was the most beautiful woman in the world. Chapter 2993. Kill him. Who is it? After being stunned for a moment, Fairy Lu let out a sharp voice. Fuck, this voice is like a pig being slaughtered. All the rogue cultivators were stunned. They all covered their ears and vomited again. This was because they also saw that when Fairy Lu spoke, she actually revealed her extremely yellow front teeth. The shocked expressions of the rogue cultivators made Fairy Lu's face as ugly as a pig's liver. Miss, it's him. At this moment, the few palace maids beside Fairy Lu also looked at Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling's methods were hidden, everyone looked at Fairy Lu with admiration at that time. Only Lin Ling was indifferent. Therefore, it was easy for others to see through it. Kill him and pull out his bones. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Fairy Lu was stunned for a moment and then looked at Lin Ling sinisterly. In her opinion, a mere rogue cultivator had embarrassed her so much. What was the use of not dying? Lin Ling instantly frowned when he heard this. Sakura and the others were the same as well. Because Fairy Lu had merely revealed her true appearance, yet she wanted to kill them and even viciously wanted to pull out their tendons and bones. Wasn't this method a bit too cruel? Even the surrounding rogue cultivators felt the same. Fairy Lu had embarrassed herself, so she wanted to kill him out of anger? Fairy Lu, this person is young and doesn't know anything. He was just curious about Fairy Lu's appearance, so he attacked. But this doesn't need to kill him. An old man couldn't help but say. Go to hell. Fairy Lu didn't listen to the old man at all. A jade trident appeared in her hand and she waved it at the old man. Whoosh! A dark green light shot out, and the gloomy cold air caused the surrounding area to become cold and icy. The old man's pupils constricted. He never thought that because he tried to persuade her, she would also want to kill him. He hurriedly activated his realm essence and let endless electric snakes wrap around his body, forming a large electric net. This old man's realm was not low. He was at the 6th level of the martial immortal realm. However, when the green light rushed into the electric net, it didn't slow down at all. Instead, it absorbed the power of the lightning and instantly reached the old man's eyes. The old man's expression changed greatly. He knew that he was going to die. You killed me just because I said something? This is Fairy Lu. However, right at this moment, an arm seemed to have appeared out of thin air, and it suddenly grabbed onto the jade green light, causing the jade trident to reveal its true form and be unable to move forward at all. Sir, thank you. The old man's eyes trembled, and then he reacted because the person who had saved him was actually the blue-robed young man. Previously, he couldn't stand it, so he spoke up for the blue-robed young man. Moreover, the blue-robed young man had saved him when he was close to death. This made him feel extremely grateful. Ignorant Junior, let's see if you can stop my clear jade orange whale. Fairy Lu let out a cold snort and activated her realm origin, causing the jade fork to shine even brighter. The originally frozen jade fork shot out once more. Extreme weapon, this is definitely an extreme weapon. Seeing this, everyone's hearts thundered. They knew that the jade trident was a valuable treasure. I can't hold on any longer. Then, many people looked at Lin Ling and said. They also knew that Lin Ling was only at the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm. With such a cultivation, it was impossible for him to block the attack of an extreme weapon. Break for me. However, right at this moment, Lin Ling coldly spat out a voice. There was a dragon's roar in his dantian, and his dragon bones also made cracking sounds. After fusing with the power of the realm-devouring beast, Lin Ling's arm immediately appeared with an ancient power, and he suddenly clenched his fist. Ka! The sparkling jade fork was immediately crushed by Lin Ling. Then, he let go of his hand, and the sparkling fragments scattered on the ground, causing the surroundings to suddenly become silent. Fairy Lu's pupils constricted. This damnable young man had actually broken through her treasure? Fairy Lu, with such a temperament, you actually have the nerve to call yourself a fairy. Waving his hand to scatter the jade fork fragments, Lin Ling looked at Fairy Lu with a cold smile and said. His words caused Fairy Lu's expression to turn even colder. Sir, you were rude first, and now you've even destroyed Fairy Lu's treasure. Don't you think you've gone too far? Right at this moment, a calm voice was heard. Then, a young man wearing a blue and white robe slowly walked over from afar. This person's aura was extremely extraordinary, making it hard for people to forget him with a single glance. Behind him were several experts, all of whom were in the late stage of the martial immortal realm. Their auras were extremely dense, and it was obvious that they had a powerful background. Young Master Bailey Yanwu. When the young man walked over, there were already cries of surprise coming from all around. That was because the latter's reputation in Dragon Tooth City was not small. He was a member of the Bailey clan, and this Bailey clan was said to be from the Divine Prefecture, which was even more powerful than the Spirit Province. This also caused the Bailey clan to be a powerful force in the nearby area that no one dared to provoke. I was rude first. Perhaps you're right, but just because of that, she can easily take people's lives. Lin Ling stared at the blue and white robed young man and said, moreover, this Fairy Lu hid her true appearance. In reality, she was enjoying the admiring gazes. However, because her mask was torn off, she became angry out of embarrassment. But then again, this Fairy Lu's appearance is clearly not very good, but she likes the feeling of being surrounded by stars. That's a bit ironic. After his words left his mouth, the surrounding people all secretly laughed. This Fairy Lu still had the nerve to say that she was the reincarnation of the 100-flower fairy. Now, it seemed that it was just a fart. Perhaps this is the mischief of ugly people. Ha! Di Tian also laughed loudly as he spoke. I'll kill all of you. Ha! When Fairy Lu saw that Lin Ling still dared to humiliate her, her ugly face was immediately filled with malevolence. As for Bailey Yenwu, his eyes kept flickering, but this time, he did not say anything. Evidently, he also thought that Fairy Lu's actions were too unsightly. She was clearly ugly, but she insisted on pretending that she was some sort of fairy. Now that she was forced to reveal her true appearance, she had truly lost a lot of face. In reality, he had always thought that Fairy Lu had the power to cause the fall of a city. He had even almost asked his father to go and ask for her hand in marriage. Fortunately, he had seen Fairy Lu's appearance today. I'll kill all of you. Ha! At this moment, Fairy Lu was both embarrassed and angry. She let out a furious roar. Her appearance was no longer that of a woman, but that of a monster. Seeing this, Bailey Yenwu gave a signal with his eyes. Immediately, the experts behind him attacked and pounced at Lin Ling. Black clouds instantly enveloped the entire sky. Within the clouds, a ray of light shot out like a bolt of lightning. This person's strength was at the 7th level of the martial immortal realm. Even in the surrounding area, he was definitely an expert. You can't kill us. Yes. However, Lin Ling's gaze was still calm. With his hands behind his back, he did not move at all. Lin Ling, let me. Yes. Chapter 2994. An encirclement. You're courting death. Humph. The expert snorted in disdain, not taking Meng Lu seriously at all. Boom. He slapped his palm out, thinking that he would be able to smash Meng Lu into pieces. However, in the next moment, a terrifying sense of danger arose spontaneously. Oh no! Humph! He cried out in alarm and wanted to retreat quickly, but it was already too late. When he came into contact with the dream stream, his soul was taken out. This young man is so powerful. People saw that the expert kept retreating, but a strand of his soul was forcefully pulled out. It was terrifying. Even Bailey Yenwu's eyes narrowed. Previously, he felt that Lin Ling and the other two were extraordinary, so he did not act rashly. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. Meng Lu, return his soul. Humph. At this moment, Lin Ling said indifferently. Although Bailey Yenwu attacked him, he could see that it was more of a test. Moreover, he had just arrived, so Lin Ling did not intend to cause any trouble. Okay. Humph. Meng Lu nodded coldly and played with the soul in his hand. Then, he lightly waved his hand, and the soul disappeared into the expert's body as if it had entered water. The expert gradually recovered, but his face was extremely pale, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Meng Lu. Now, is there anything else? Humph. Lin Ling ignored the gazes around him and spoke again. Although he had an irreconcilable enmity with the Heavenly Court, his target was the Heavenly Court's martial god Qilin, not all of the Heavenly Court's members. Therefore, he did not intend to kill all of the Heavenly Court's members. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have some ability. Humph. Fairy Lu seemed to be unwilling, but after she spoke, Bailey Yenwu smiled faintly. Since it's a misunderstanding, how about we shake hands and make peace? Humph. As you wish, I don't want to waste time here. Let's shake hands and make peace. From now on, don't mention what happened today again. Let's write it off. Humph. Lin Ling nodded and agreed. Humph. You aren't from the spirit state, right? It's been a long time since a genius like you appeared spirit. Seeing Lin Ling nod his head, Bailey Yenwu also cupped his fists and bowed to Lin Ling, giving others the impression that he was very easy to talk to. Goodbye. Lin Ling didn't say anything and left with Meng Lu. Watching them leave in such a carefree manner, the eyes of the surrounding rogue cultivators flickered. They didn't expect that after provoking the heavenly court, the three of them could actually leave safely. However, although the three of them were young, their strength seemed to be very strong. I can't accept this. I want to kill them. Fairy Lu looked at the backs of Lin Ling and the other two with a venomous gaze, as if she was still unwilling to give up. Fairy Lu, these three aren't weak. If a conflict erupted before, the ones who would suffer would be us. That's why the reinforcements plan is even better. Bailey Yen shook his head. His tranquil eyes turned ice-cold as well. They're that strong? Fairy Lu seemed to be in disbelief. Very strong. I'm afraid there aren't many people here who can match them. Bailey Yen nodded. Therefore, let them leave for the time being. They can't go far. Well, they must die. Fairy Lu immediately nodded coldly. Today, she had suffered the greatest humiliation in her life, so how could she forgive Lin Ling and the other two? At this moment, Lin Ling and the other two were walking along the dense forest. Thinking of what had happened before, they laughed loudly. Second brother, your methods are still the best. If it weren't for you, I would have been deceived by the name of a fairy. When Indra thought of the ugly Fairy Lu, his body trembled subconsciously. However, we've also offended that Fairy Lu. Their background seems to be a bit complicated. Meng Lu said worriedly. The area around the Spirit Province wasn't like the Qing Province. Sometimes, even a powerful dragon couldn't defeat a local snake. Fairy Lu's background is the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court and I have an irreconcilable enmity, so what if we've offended them? Lin Ling shook his head and said. His words made Indra and Meng Lu come to a realization. No wonder Lin Ling had interrupted Fairy Lu's pride. So that's why. But fortunately, the young man who came later spoke up, and this matter was settled. It's better to have less trouble. Meng Lu said again, now, let's hurry to the Spirit Province. The three of them headed towards the Dragon Tooth City. That was the path to the Qing Province. However, after walking for half a day, Lin Ling's eyes frowned slightly. His soul power was powerful, and he seemed to have sensed a prying feeling. Although the feeling was faint, Lin Ling believed in his soul power. Hurry up, someone's following us. Lin Ling couldn't help but look deeply behind him, and then said to Indra and Meng Lu. His words made their expressions change slightly, but they also believed in Lin Ling's words. The three of them passed through the dense forest, and their speed was extremely fast. Moreover, they didn't burst out with 10 realms speed because they didn't know what would happen at the moment. So, if they were to panic, it would be even worse. However, as time passed, the prying feeling was noticed even by Meng Lu. This was because the other party was no longer secretly following them, but directly chasing them. There were quite a number of people. When the three of them rushed out of the forest and arrived at a huge river, several figures in black cloaks had already appeared in front of them. They seemed to be hiding in the night, and also seemed to have been waiting for Lin Ling and the others. They were all 8th level martial immortals, and there were even 9th level martial immortals. Behind them, more and more experts arrived one after another and surrounded the three of them. All of them floated in the sky like death gods. Such fast speed, and none of these people are 7th level martial immortals. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the surroundings, and his expression gradually turned solemn. Now, all their paths of escape had been sealed. Splash! The ancient river in front of them emitted dazzling light, and looked extremely extraordinary. However, more and more people appeared at the side of the heavenly river. We've just arrived here, so we shouldn't have offended any experts. Indra frowned and said. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. At the same time, Lin Ling and Meng Lu were the same. They had obviously guessed the other party's background. They were most likely people that Fairy Lu had called over. Young master is here to kill you. However, while Lin Ling and the others were guessing, a cold voice appeared above the heavenly river. It was hoarse and icy. Lin Ling and the others came to a realization. Young master? It must be that Bailey Yenwu. This guy had said that the matter had been settled, but he had gone back on his words. Previously, Bailey Yenwu did not have many people. If we were to fight him, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Therefore, he used the plan of sending reinforcements to let us leave first. In fact, as soon as we left, he had already invited more experts. Lin Ling's eyes immediately flickered with murderous intent. Bailey Yenwu had lied to them. He was obviously a person who hid a knife behind a smile. Lin Ling hated people like him the most. Chapter 2995. Break out of the encirclement. Break out of the encirclement. If they continued to waste time, it would only make the situation worse. Thus, Lin Ling whispered to Sakura and Meng Hao. Okay, go that way. Sakura nodded. He turned into a skeleton and attacked in one direction. The surrounding people were stunned. They didn't speak, but they all erupted with their full strength, wanting to stop Lin Ling's group from breaking out of the encirclement. This was because if Lin Ling's group was surrounded, no matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be able to fight against a sea of people. Sooner or later, they would be obliterated in the waters of the heavenly river. This was also the reason why they weren't in a hurry before. They wanted Lin Ling's group to panic. If that happened, it would be easier for them to deal with Lin Ling's group. You want to run? Seeing Sakura rush over, a martial artist coldly spat out a sentence. He urged the power of his world essence to surge. The power of the universe was extremely strong, reaching 70%. Sakura, I'm helping you. Meng Hao chased after Sakura, also erupting with the power of the demon god's tomb, causing the nearby area to turn pitch black. It's useless. An old man shook his head. He stretched out his 5 fingers, his fingers ferocious. They were like withered trees entwined in myriad worlds as they attacked Sakura. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Sakura and Meng Hao immediately joined forces and urged out a powerful attack, instantly destroying the old man's attack. However, the old man sneered. He didn't continue to fight with Sakura and Meng Hao. He stepped back and retreated. As soon as he stepped down, someone else immediately took his place. It's useless. The new powerhouse even said indifferently, his words mixed with disdain. Lin Ling was at the back. At this moment, a large number of powerhouses rushed over, surrounding him and wanting to nibble away at Lin Ling's group. Demon God Body. Lin Ling's pupils were extremely cold. Seeing that Sakura and the rest were obstructed in their attempt to break through, he could only temporarily block the people behind him. He stopped in his tracks, and his powerful corporeal body transformed into a fist, rolling towards the people behind him. It's useless. He was a 9th-level martial immortal. At this moment, he condensed his realm essence into a finger and shot it towards Lin Ling at the speed of 25 worlds. Bearing Cloud Demon Finger. This finger contained 100% of the power of the universe. It was terrifying. Behind that person, the others slowed down their pace and walked over expressionlessly. In their opinion, although that young man was powerful, he was definitely not a match for a 9th-level martial immortal. That finger should have been able to take the youth's life. Rumble. Fist and finger collided, and a deafening sound rang out. The expression of the expert who attacked instantly changed, because although Lin Ling's punch looked ordinary, its power was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, Jia Yuan gave him the feeling that he was not much weaker than him. Crack. His finger broke in the next moment. This caused the expressions of the people behind Lin Ling to change drastically. However, the powerhouse who attacked was truly experienced in battle. He took a step back and dodged Lin Ling's attack. Just as he retreated, another powerhouse immediately took his place. Attrition warfare. Lin Ling looked ahead and had a guess in his heart. If it wasn't for the help of others, he was confident that he could kill that powerhouse in 3 moves. What a pity. There were too many people surrounding them. It's useless. The powerhouse who broke his finger stood in the sky and shook his head lightly. That's not necessarily true. Lin Ling was like a hot knife through butter. He fused his 4 dantians, the dragon god Dantian, the dragon bone, the realm-swallowing beast's talent, and the spacetime divine steel. He was like a sword that soared into the sky. As for the newcomer, his expression changed slightly. This person who was bound to die was so tenacious. 8,000 Buddhist flowers. He activated his strongest martial arts, causing the Buddhist sound to fill the sky and golden flowers to bloom. However, Lin Ling's attack was already at the peak of his strength. Therefore, after the collision, the golden flowers exploded one after another. Moreover, there was a fist that smashed towards the powerhouse. This caused the powerhouse's expression to change again. He knew that this young man was definitely the strongest of the 3. If it was a one-on-one battle, he was definitely not the young man's match. Fortunately, he was not the only one who came to kill the young man today. He quickly retreated, and immediately, a new person took his place. This is a genius. If he grows up, his future will be limitless. However, we will not let him grow. The newcomer said indifferently at this moment. He guessed that the young man must be very helpless and unwilling because he was clearly so strong, but he had encountered a round-robin battle. Moreover, he had encountered a well-organized encirclement. However, just as he thought that Lin Ling would attack him, a sudden change occurred. Lin Ling's speed of rushing towards him suddenly stopped. Instead, he shot into the distance to help Sakura and Meng Lu. Such a change immediately stunned those experts. Then, they became furious, as if they had been toyed with. "You guys can't escape," someone said in a cold voice. At this moment, Sakura and Meng Lu were still working together, trying to break out of the encirclement. Both of them were powerful geniuses of Qingzhou. When they worked together, they were indeed terrifying. However, the other party continued to fight them in a round-robin battle. This caused Sakura and Meng Lu to still be unable to open a gap. "Big brother, attack them with all your strength." At this moment, Lin Ling's voice sounded out, and it was mixed with a wisp of anxiousness. "All right." Sakura and Meng Lu glanced at each other and nodded. Because if they continued fighting, they would be tired, and their realm essence would be exhausted. Moreover, the other party had successively sent people to help them. This would be disadvantageous to them. So, they had to open a gap immediately. Both of them activated powerful martial techniques, causing the sky to shatter. Ferocious realm essence energy blasted out in all directions. In the vast forest, the scattered independent cultivators' expressions changed slightly. Moreover, they looked into the distance. They knew that a fierce battle had occurred there. It should be those 3 young men. Someone sighed. They had a feeling about this since long ago. Because the Lu family from the Heavenly Court and the Bailey family from Dragon Tooth City would definitely not let those 3 people go. Young Master Bailey's words from before were actually just to deceive those 3 people. At this moment, they didn't think that Lin Ling's group could break out of the encirclement. Rumble. The deafening sound continued to resound. Life and death would be decided at this moment. Sakura and Meng Lu's joint attack instantly increased the pressure on the strong cultivators at the front. However, they still gritted their teeth and endured it. It's useless. It was to the extent that those lightly injured cultivators even said indifferently as they retreated. "Die." At this moment, a voice that sounded like it came from the depths of hell sounded out. This time, they obviously couldn't retreat. Because after Sakura and Meng Lu's attack, it was Lin Ling's attack next. The 3 of them joined forces and forcefully broke out of the encirclement with their domineering strength. Lin Ling was the last to attack. His attack was a sword from his scabbard. The fusion of essence, energy, and spirit, the three great powers, gathered all of their killing intent into one sword. It was as if there was only one sword in the sky and earth, a sword of killing that could destroy everything. Chapter 2996. An arrow at the end of its flight. In the next moment, the cultivators in front of them were all frozen in place. Their faces were filled with panic, and their previous indifference was nowhere to be seen. However, after the sword passed by, they were all frozen in place. Lin Ling and the other two quickly passed by them, causing the experts behind them to shout, "Stop them, what are you doing?" However, just as their voices fell, the experts who were frozen in place were all smashed into the heavenly river, and their heads were all cut off. This terrifying scene caused the hearts of the experts behind them to tremble. Killing a late-stage martial immortal expert with a single sword, and not just one. The strength of these three people was indeed terrifying. However, they couldn't let them leave. Chase after them. Someone let out a ferocious voice. This was an expert at the 10th level of the martial immortal realm. At this moment, he was also chasing after them. They opened the encirclement, but they also used up all their realm essence. They are at their weakest now. Kill them, the Bailey family and the Liu family will reward you handsomely. Crazy voices also floated out at this moment. We just came to the spirit province, but even peak martial immortal experts are chasing after us. The Bailey family and the Liu family really think highly of us. Lin Ling, Sakura, and the other two quickly rushed forward, and their faces were extremely cold. Although life and death were close, the three of them were people who had been through ups and downs. This kind of pursuit wouldn't cause them to lose the ability to fight. Second brother, if this continues, we will be caught sooner or later. Sakura looked back and said with a frown. There were many experts behind them, and many of them hadn't attacked yet. In order to open the encirclement, they had used up a lot of realm essence and power. If this continued, it would be disadvantageous for them. Go down the river. Lin Ling also knew this. He looked around and finally, his gaze landed on the rolling heavenly river. This huge river seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. He hoped that he could use the geographical advantage to escape from this group of people. Okay. Sakura and Meng Lu nodded and rushed down into the rolling heavenly river. Trying to escape. The powerful cultivators behind them roared. Their prey was already within sight. How could they let them escape? Lin Ling was the last to reach the heavenly river. However, he floated in the sky and stopped. His emotionless eyes stared at the countless experts behind him. That gaze was very cold, but for some reason, it made the powerhouses feel a little panic in their hearts. Especially when they recalled the young man's sword strike from before, their expressions became solemn. There's no need to fear him. That sword can only be used once. Suddenly, a sinister voice rang out, causing the gazes of the experts to gradually turn ice cold. That's right, a third-level martial immortal definitely wouldn't be able to execute a second sword strike of such a terrifying level. However, just as they were about to move, Lin Ling's arm had already touched the scabbard once again. This action undoubtedly caused everyone to panic. Although the young man was an arrow at the end of its flight, they didn't want to be buried with the young man. However, while they were being serious, Lin Ling didn't say a word. He immediately rushed down the surging heavenly river. Oh no, we've been tricked. They're like candles in the wind. How can they still fight? Everyone was stunned for a moment before they reacted one after another. Moreover, they were all furious. Because with their strength and seniority, they'd actually been frightened by a junior. This was an enormous humiliation. Brat, you dare to trick us? Let's see where you can run to. Someone roared and chased after Lin Ling's group. However, just as he approached the surging heavenly river, he instantly stopped in his tracks as if he had thought of a taboo. Don't go near the heavenly river. The others said with solemn expressions and stopped in their tracks. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. The 10th layer martial immortal realm expert uttered a chilling sound as he executed a powerful martial art aiming at the enormous heavenly river below him. Rumble. The river instantly soared into the sky. It was deafening as if it was going to collapse the world. One after another, the elites made their moves one after another, causing the heavenly river to reverse. At this moment, Lin Ling, who had entered the heavenly river, had a drastic change in his expression. Because after entering the huge heavenly river, he found that the water here was extremely mysterious. Even with his god-demon body, he was still surging. When he looked at Sakura and Meng Lu, he found that they had disappeared. This made him worried. Rumble. At the same time, a destructive power came from behind him. That power was so strong that Lin Ling felt a sweet taste in his throat and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he had made those experts hesitate and afraid when he held the sword. At that time, his big brother and the others should have rushed into the depths of the water. Otherwise, they would have been injured. I have to dive again. Lin Ling's gaze was grave. He let his body sink again. It was too dangerous to stay above the water. After all, the joint attack of the late-stage martial immortal was definitely not simple. However, what surprised Lin Ling was that the river seemed to have no bottom. After 3 incense sticks worth of time, Lin Ling still did not reach the bottom of the river. One must know that with Lin Ling's current speed, 3 incense sticks worth of time could pass through more than 10 worlds. Even with the obstruction of the river, he would definitely pass through 10 worlds. This river is indeed not simple. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. However, after another 3 incense sticks worth of time, the river gradually calmed down. This made Lin Ling feel as if he had arrived in another world. When he raised his head, he found that there was a dividing line in the river. The river above was extremely turbulent, while the river below was extremely calm. Rumble. At this moment, a huge black shadow appeared in front of him. It was swimming in the water like an overlord. When he looked carefully, he found that it was a huge black-armored whale. There's a whale in the river? Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. Lin Ling, come here. At this moment, an anxious voice suddenly sounded. There were a lot of rocks in the river. Among them, a figure was waving at Lin Ling from a huge pile of rocks. That person was Meng Lu. Seeing this, Lin Ling quickly swam over and avoided the black-armored whale with Meng Lu. Where's my big brother? After the crisis passed, Lin Ling looked around and asked worriedly. He's been washed away. Meng Lu frowned and said with a sigh. He'll definitely be fine. Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression became solemn. The river was very rapid before, so it was not impossible for Sakura to be washed away. However, as long as his big brother escaped the pursuit of those powerhouses, everything would be fine. Hurry up and recover. This river is also extremely dangerous. Then, Lin Ling looked at Meng Lu and said, making the latter nod. Right now, they were all exhausted. If anything happened, they would not have the strength to resist. At this moment, above the heavenly river, the powerhouses continued to attack. In the end, they were all panting like cows. Are they dead? Someone asked angrily. So many of them came to hunt them down, but they did not succeed. Instead, many of their own people died. This simply made their lungs explode with anger. Chapter 2997. One of the 100 Great Bloodlines, the Sea God's Bloodline. Time quietly passed. All the experts were in a daze above the heavenly river. No matter what, when we return, tell young Master Bailey that they're dead. Finally, that 10th stage martial immortal expert said indifferently. But we don't know if they're dead or alive. Someone said with a frown. Obviously, they weren't sure if Lin Ling and the other 2 were dead. If we tell others about this, do you think we'll still have face? that old man said again. Finally, many people nodded. Indeed, if they told the Bailey clan that those 3 brats weren't dead, they would lose face. Those experts left one after another. Gradually, many loose cultivators appeared in the vicinity of the heavenly river. They were discussing spiritedly. Some said that Lin Ling and the other 2 weren't dead. Some said that Lin Ling and the other 2 were dead. Even more people said that even if Lin Ling and the other 2 weren't dead, they would have encountered the taboo in the river. No matter what, if Lin Ling and the other 2 were still alive under the pursuit of so many experts, that was a miracle. At this moment, beneath the surging heavenly river, Lin Ling and Meng Lu were still recovering amidst the rubble. After a while, Lin Ling stood up. After glancing at Meng Lu, he began to protect him. However, when he thought of Bailey Yanwu and Fairy Lu, his eyes flickered with ice-cold killing intent. Lin Ling, you've recovered. At this moment, Meng Lu finally stopped cultivating. He raised his head and looked at Lin Ling. There was surprise and emotion on his face. He was surprised that Lin Ling recovered so quickly. He was moved because while he was recovering his boundary essence, Lin Ling had been protecting him all along. What do we do now? Meng Lu stood up and walked towards Lin Ling. My big brother will definitely be fine. I'm not worried about him. Instead, Bailey Yanwu provoked us. He's dead for sure. Lin Ling's calm face revealed a smile. However, that smile contained a hint of bloodthirst. Bailey Yanwu really deserves to die. We were just passing by, but he provoked us. Does he think we're pushovers? Meng Lu's white hair danced in the wind. He looked like the god of death, and a murderous look appeared at the corners of his mouth. He's messed with someone he shouldn't have messed with. Lin Ling glanced around, then strode out of the pile of rubble. Let's leave this place. We need to find cultivation resources and increase our strength as soon as possible. Then we can find Big Brother and take revenge for today. Good. Dreamflow was also an unparalleled genius, but together with Lin Ling, he also quietly regarded Lin Ling as the leader. Even though Meng Lu was currently weaker than Lin Ling, his background proved that he would definitely be a figure who ruled over the 9 states in the future. The 2 of them walked along the quiet river and didn't leave the river for the time being because they couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be any experts waiting above the river. After an unknown period of time, a slight ripple came from the water in front of him, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Only the mysterious water plants at the bottom of the river danced, and occasionally, an unknown fish swam past. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and floated in the river. Lin Ling, what happened? Dreamflow knew that Lin Ling's intuition had always been sharp, and he had been able to warn him of danger several times in advance, so he knew that something was about to happen. There's something nearby. Lin Ling's eyes constantly flickered. His soul force sensed that there was something mysterious moving quickly in the river, and even he could only vaguely sense it. Human, do you want to die by coming here? Finally, a voice rang out from the river, and 5 tall figures strangely appeared. Their appearance was difficult for even Lin Ling to detect, causing him to exclaim inwardly, "What fast speed, it's definitely 40 world speed." Lin Ling had 30 world speed, but his opponents were 10 worlds faster than him. The difference was too great. Even if Lin Ling was stronger, if his speed couldn't catch up, he still wouldn't be able to defeat his opponents. The 5 people who appeared were extremely tall, with blue skin and long hair like water plants. Their physiques were strong, and they were like agile leopards. Most importantly, they had fish gills on both sides of their cheeks, clearly not humans. Who are you people? Seeing this, Dreamflow acted as if he was facing a great enemy, and was ready to fight to the death. He finally knew why those loose cultivators didn't dare to come down. It turned out that there were such powerhouses in the river. One of the 100 great bloodlines, the descendants of the sea god bloodline. Lin Ling looked at the 5 people and said indifferently. His words caused Dreamflow's pupils to constrict. The 100 great bloodlines were the bloodlines left behind from the era of gods. These descendants of gods were superior to others the moment they were born, and were existences that couldn't be underestimated in the 9 continents. You have some knowledge. Among the 5, a tall woman said. Apart from her blue skin and fish gills, her other features were no different from a human's. Her chest was covered by a corset woven from seaweed, which wrapped around her full breasts. It gave off an extremely sexy feeling. No need to talk nonsense with them, kill them. Someone said coldly, as if it was taboo for humans to enter the heavenly river. Let me. The leading woman's face turned cold, and a sea god trident appeared in her hand. She stirred the waves and rushed towards Lin Ling. Sea god bloodline? I'd like to meet you. Dreamflow knew that a great battle was inevitable, and he was ready to attack. However, at this time, Lin Ling's arm landed on his shoulder, and he restrained Dreamflow from attacking. This caused Dreamflow's face to change drastically. Lin Ling was not planning to resist. In this short period of time, the woman's sea god trident had arrived. At this moment, she indeed gave off the feeling of a sea god. However, Lin Ling still didn't move. He had his hands behind his back, and he was calm and composed. Surprisingly, the sea god trident suddenly stopped in front of Lin Ling's eyes, and the cold light was extremely dazzling. Why aren't you resisting? The woman didn't kill Lin Ling, and she was a little puzzled. 1. I can't resist. 2. I have no enmity with you, and I don't think you'll kill me. Lin Ling said indifferently. His calm spirit made the woman's eyes flash with surprise. This was the first time she had met someone with such extraordinary courage. One had to know that over the years, they had killed countless cultivators who entered the heavenly river, but those cultivators either resisted desperately or knelt down and begged for mercy. It was rare to see someone like Lin Ling, who had his hands behind his back and was unfazed even if the sky collapsed. Haha, we won't kill you. Look at how many corpses there are at the bottom of the river. Behind the woman, the sea god tribe members laughed loudly. However, Lin Ling was still expressionless and indifferent. Instead, he looked at the woman in front of him. This person is really mysterious. He's obviously not strong, but he gives me the feeling of dominating everything. The woman's eyes flickered, and she finally waved her hand. Take them back. What? The others were shocked. They may be useful. Take them back and let the patriarch decide. The woman waved her hand, and several people behind her grabbed Lin Ling and swam forward. Chapter 2998. Killing to vent their anger. Their speed is 40 worlds. In the water, that's their territory. On the other hand, our speed has been suppressed, so we're not suitable for battle. Moreover, we need cultivation resources right now. Perhaps the Sea God clan will be of help to us. As if sensing Meng Lu's confusion, Lin Ling secretly transmitted his voice. Meng Lu immediately nodded. At the same time, he also discovered that in the face of danger, Lin Ling was much calmer than him. Along the way, the several Sea God men angrily shouted at Lin Ling, "You'd better behave yourselves. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." They also saw that Lin Ling was too calm. He didn't have the panic that an ordinary person should have. This made them a little unhappy. Are we not going to behave now? Lin Ling replied with a smile. His words left them speechless. They felt that Lin Ling had come here to play. In fact, even Meng Lu felt the same way. Not long after, an ancient black mountain canyon appeared in front of them. Layer upon layer, it was submerged in rolling waves. However, in the canyon, a large number of tall figures were gathered. They were all members of the Sea God clan. Lin Ling, look! Suddenly, Meng Lu cried out in surprise. This was because a large number of treasures were scattered around the canyon. They were all weapons, and there were even some scattered extreme artifacts. Yet, Such precious treasures were scattered everywhere like trash. It was impossible not to be surprised. Those are the things left behind by the martial artists who entered the heavenly river. Hearing Meng Lu's voice, the leader of the Sea God clan woman said indifferently. Then, she ignored Lin Ling and Meng Lu and led the others forward. They didn't seem to be afraid that Lin Ling and Meng Lu would escape. However, Lin Ling could also see that if they wanted to escape here, unless they had 50 worlds of speed, it would be an act of suicide. These Sea God bloodlines are only a type of branch bloodline. In reality, there are quite a few people who possess the Sea God bloodline, even humans. However, this group of people can't give birth to Jia Yuan, but their bodies are extremely powerful. Therefore, they can't use those weapons, and the weapons have become trash. Lin Ling looked ahead and explained indifferently. I see. Meng Lu nodded and suddenly asked curiously, Lin Ling, are you familiar with the Sea God bloodline? It's a little familiar. Lin Ling said with a smile as he strode forward. In his previous life, Li Xiaoyao had defeated countless geniuses of the 9 continents. One of them had the pure bloodline of the Sea God and could summon the Sea of the 9 continents. He was extremely powerful and was ranked in the top 10 of Li Xiaoyao's opponents. Unfortunately, he was still defeated by Xiaoyao. Although that genius had the bloodline of a deity, Li Xiaoyao had an ancient technique that even deities couldn't understand, the chaos formula. Come on, come on. At this moment, a deafening sound came from the front. There was a huge rock there, but the rocks blocked the entrance, which was, the rock, 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 the side, the rock was engraved with ancient runes. After approaching it, one could hear the roar of the sea. In front of the rock, there was a tall and sturdy Sea God clansman trying to lift the rock. However, when he hugged the rock with both hands, the rock only shook slightly and remained motionless. They are challenging the altar left behind by the ancestors again. Someone said indifferently. It was an old man who looked to be in his 50s. He was a human who was captured and enslaved by the Sea God clan like Lin Ling. Meng Lu and Lin Ling stood not far from the old man. Looking carefully, there were more than 100 humans here. The altar left behind by the ancestors? Meng Lu was somewhat curious. Yes, this is the inheritance of the Uzumaki clan. Seeing that Lin Ling and Meng Lu were newcomers, the old man couldn't help but explain. It turned out that this group of Sea God clansmen was called the Uzumaki clan. This showed that Lin Ling's previous words were correct. There were many people with Sea God's bloodline. Because they have a vortex seal on them, the only way to break the seal is to enter the altar of the ancestors. It is said that in so many years, only one person of the Uzumaki clan has entered the altar and successfully broke the seal. From then on, he can cultivate boundary essence. Next to the old man, a middle-aged man said. Their physical strength is very strong, plus their combat strength in the water can be greatly increased, so we are not their opponents. Yes. The Uzumaki clan and the forces of Dragon Tooth City are sworn enemies, so as long as we fly over the Heavenly River, they will attack us. Right now, we have been trapped for 800 years. Yes. I have 1,000 years. Yes. The others also said one after another. Two little friends, you were caught at such a young age, what a pity. The old man looked at Lin Ling and Meng Lu and said with some regret. Hearing this, Meng Lu's face became a little ugly. Was he going to be a slave here for a lifetime? Don't think about running away, they are very fast, you can't escape at all, and if you are found running away, you will only end up dead. Sigh. The old man seemed to guess what Meng Lu was thinking and advised again, making Meng Lu sigh, even more unwilling in his heart. It's okay, we can leave whenever we want, it's not difficult. I am very interested in the treasures in the canyon. At this time, Lin Ling, who had been silent, also opened his mouth. His words made the pupils of the people around him shrink, and then they all smiled disdainfully. This young man is young and impetuous, he doesn't know the ferocity of the Uzumaki clan. In the future, he will understand. They didn't say anything about Lin Ling, because everyone who came here for the first time was like Lin Ling, like to say some arrogant words. Lin Ling also noticed the gazes of the people around him, but he didn't explain anything. Instead, he looked around the canyon, where he noticed a familiar aura, related to the scabbard behind him. Is there also a fragment of the scabbard here? The scabbard, this is a treasure that Lin Ling can't understand. In the past, the headless old man repeatedly wanted to kill Lin Ling, but after getting a fragment of the sword, the old man's killing intent weakened a lot, and Lin Ling can also control the sword for the first time. And the power of the sword is currently stronger than the time and space steel. So, if there is a fragment of the sword here, Lin Ling is bound to get it. Rumble. At this time, there was a roar in front of them, and another Uzumaki clan member went to carry the stone, but unfortunately, he failed and was seriously injured. This made the Uzumaki clan members sigh. It seems that the altar left by their ancestors is really difficult to enter. Patriarch, I am useless. The person who failed bowed his head and said, his face was extremely sad. You are the first warrior of our Uzumaki clan. If you can't succeed, then I am afraid there is no one in our generation, we can only rely on the next generation. A white-haired old man with a flowing beard said helplessly, this is the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan. I am useless. The warrior who failed gritted his teeth, still unwilling, his eyes suddenly fell on the human, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Chapter 2999. Fragments of the Water Boundary. Originally, this area was the ancestral home of the Uzumaki clan, but after the damn humans came, they robbed their territory and made them hide in the Milky Way forever. Therefore, humans deserve to die. Not good. Perceiving the gaze of the Uzumaki clan, the faces of the warriors in the distance greatly changed. They also know that if the Uzumaki clan fails, one of the humans will die. It's you, come out. The warrior pointed to an old man and said. That old man was the one who spoke to Lin Ling before. Alas, it's finally my turn. The old man's heart immediately turned to ashes, he knew that resistance is useless. He looked at Lin Ling and the others and said, what's in life must be there, today, I will die for you, I hope that one day you can escape from the sea of bitterness. Elder Guan. Hearing this, the eyes of the others suddenly became moist, the old man smiled bitterly and wanted to step out, but at this time, a figure walked out faster than him, it's Lin Ling. Senpai, I will die for you. As soon as such words came out, everyone was stunned. Lin Ling step by step walked towards the Uzumaki clan, which made the Uzumaki clan extremely surprised, because this is the first time they saw someone die for others. Boy, you are very bold. The warrior squinted his eyes, although he was surprised by Lin Ling's courage, it doesn't mean that he will let Lin Ling go. Before you die, do you have anything to say? The warrior also stepped forward, he was 3 meters tall, he came in front of Lin Ling and looked down at Lin Ling like a giant. Lin Ling looked up at the blue-skinned Uzumaki clan member, his face was calm, but he also showed a faint smile. I just want to say one thing, you are indeed useless. When this sentence fell, the entire Uzumaki clan, including the humans, were stunned. They thought that Lin Ling would say something, but the result was this guy mocked the warrior face to face. The warrior was also stunned, his eyes were red with anger. The Uzumaki clan leader frowned, who brought this person back? Grandfather, it's me. The woman who brought Lin Ling back immediately replied, but she also couldn't understand Lin Ling's actions. You must be the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan. I really don't understand why your Uzumaki clan is qualified to have the bloodline of the sea god. Lin Ling said again, it's a disgrace to have your race in the bloodline of the sea god. You're crazy. How dare you? No one thought that after reprimanding the warrior, Lin Ling would dare to mock the entire Uzumaki clan. The patriarch of the Uzumaki clan immediately laughed, without the slightest anger. "Little guy, you are so bold, I think you want us to look at you in a different light and spare your life in the end. Unfortunately, such tricks are useless against us, we will still kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand coldly. He had lived for countless years, so how could he not be aware of Lin Ling's actions? However, what Lin Ling said next stunned him. "Really? What if I lift the boulder?" This sentence undoubtedly shocked the entire Uzumaki clan. The warrior was even angrier. "Arrogant words, watch me kill you." In his view, Lin Ling is simply provoking the Uzumaki clan. They can ignore him once, but twice, thrice, this is unacceptable. He raised his hand and slapped Lin Ling, without any world essence power, but with the power of 70 worlds. Crash! The river suddenly turned into monstrous waves. Their sea god's bloodline is very strong in the field of controlling water. Not only is it powerful, but it also contains the power of the universe. If you don't try, how can you not know that I can't do it? Instead, if you kill me, you will miss the opportunity to unlock the seal. Facing the warrior's attack, Lin Ling put his hands behind his back, his blue robe fluttering with the waves, extremely stunning. "Stop!" Finally, the patriarch shouted, stopping the warrior's attack. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling was still calm, as if he didn't know that he had just walked through the door of death. Such boldness undoubtedly made everyone secretly admire him. "Little guy, with your courage, I will give you a chance." The patriarch looked deeply at Lin Ling and said. As Lin Ling said, killing Lin Ling is a small matter, but what if Lin Ling can really unlock the seal? They won't lose much in this gamble, so why not? Lin Ling slowly walked forward and shook his head. "It's not like that, but I will give you a chance." With his age, saying such words, no doubt shocked everyone again. The patriarch couldn't help but laugh out loud. It had been many years since he had seen a martial artist with such a personality. This was because if the youth was arrogant and deliberately mystifying, then he didn't even frown in the face of death. He was truly fearless. But, the young man is so young. "I want the treasures around this canyon, and then let everyone go, I promise to help you." Lin Ling came to the front of the patriarch and smiled slightly. "You have put forward 2 conditions, don't you think you are too greedy?" The patriarch narrowed his eyes and said. "I don't think so. First, I will unlock the seal for you. Second, I will join hands with you to eradicate the forces of Dragon Tooth City, so I put forward 2 conditions, no one will lose." Lin Ling said word by word. Boom! These words were earth-shattering. Not only the Uzumaki clan, but also the human's heart roared. A prisoner actually boasted like this. Could it be that he grew up bragging? Don't talk about eradicating the forces of Dragon Tooth City, even the first condition is impossible. After all, the Uzumaki clan has been here for many years, and their seal has not been lifted. How can Lin Ling do it? "Huh, you made me take you seriously before, but now I've underestimated you. You said that you can break the seal, then let me ask you, what is that rock? I'll give you 100 chances to answer. If you answer wrongly, I'll kill one of you until all of you are dead." The patriarch's voice turned cold. "Humph, I advise you, those who threaten me will not have a good ending, but seeing that you have a grudge with the forces of Dragon Tooth City, I will not care about it for the time being. As for what that rock is, such a simple question, are you laughing at me? Or are you looking down on me?" Lin Ling sneered and looked at the huge rock. The reason why he dared to come out must be because he was confident, because that rock was broken by him. In Li Xiaoyao's era, he once fought with the Poseidon bloodline. The latter held the sea-suppressing sky halberd, and in the end, the halberd was broken, and one of the fragments turned into that rock. The reason why Lin Ling was so familiar with it was that he had fought with that genius for 3 years. The raw material of that rock is the fragment of the water realm, which was cast into the shape of the sea-suppressing stone. It was originally one of the fragments of a halberd. Chapter 3000. You're helping by shutting up. Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned and said disdainfully, "It turns out that you don't know the origin of this rock." The patriarch was a little embarrassed and said, "We only know that this is the sea-suppressing stone, we didn't know that it is a fragment of the water realm and one of the halberds." The fragment of the water realm is actually the same as the fragment of the flame world, only the shape is different. Of course, after Lin Ling said the origin of the rock, the Uzumaki people looked at Lin Ling differently, and their attitude became much more polite. This stone has the weight of 100 worlds, without the power of 100 worlds, no one can lift it. Lin Ling said again. No wonder, no wonder. The patriarch was even more surprised and was even more polite to Lin Ling. But for me, it's still a little too light. However, Lin Ling spoke again, and that light sentence directly made the patriarch's eyes widen. In his sight, Lin Ling was already walking towards the huge rock. No way, he's a human. Crazy. Is he crazy? Even the Uzumaki clan, who are good at physical strength, failed. How can this young man succeed? Before, I thought that he was really capable, but now it seems that he is used to boasting, and the more he boasted, the more he boasted. The humans in the distance immediately whispered to each other. It's not that they look down on Lin Ling's strength, but among the warriors, there are very few people who have strong physical strength, let alone more than the power of 100 worlds. Patriarch, the sea-suppressing stone is not simple, if he fails, he will die. The warrior stared at Lin Ling's back and quickly looked at the patriarch. If Lin Ling was an ordinary person, they would be too lazy to care about Lin Ling's life or death, but Lin Ling's previous explanation made them know that Lin Ling was not an ordinary person. If he died, it would be bad for them. Everyone, get ready, don't let him die, he knows a lot of things, maybe he can help our Uzumaki clan. Yes. The patriarch also reacted and quickly waved his hand. Yes, patriarch. All the Uzumaki clansmen looked at Lin Ling and prepared to help Lin Ling. Rumble. However, in the next moment, they were dumbfounded and stunned. Some people even slapped themselves hard to see if they were dreaming. This was because the rock that sealed the altar was being slowly lifted up by Lin Ling. What a fierce human. Everyone's hearts trembled violently. The altar has appeared. The patriarch was so shocked that he almost fell to his knees. He stared at the cave behind the huge rock. The Uzumaki clan has been here for thousands of years. They have always wanted to enter the altar but failed repeatedly. Today, a human suddenly came and opened the altar for them? This was simply the talk of an eternity. How could they know that Lin Ling was indeed inferior to them in the water? But in terms of physical strength, Lin Ling greatly surpassed them. Although this sea-suppressing stone isn't very heavy, do you want me to keep carrying it? At this time, Lin Ling's depressed voice came. The Uzumaki clansmen reacted and their body trembled with excitement. The patriarch quickly said to the clansmen, "Quickly, go in and unlock the seal." Hearing this, the Uzumaki clansmen rushed into the black hole and disappeared inside. Lin Ling was still holding the huge rock for them. This made the patriarch and the others feel grateful and almost kneel down to salute him because this young man has made a great contribution for them. Don't be happy too early, I think there is nothing in the altar. However, Lin Ling slowly said while holding the huge rock. Why? The patriarch didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling and immediately asked. It's very simple, your ancestor sealed the sea-suppressing stone at the entrance of the cave. This shows that the altar is actually useless, so he sealed the cave. Lin Ling said with a smile, but the patriarch didn't refute him. He just frowned and waited quietly. Not long after, a large number of Uzumaki clansmen came out of the cave, one by one, their face was gloomy. The previous warrior sighed and said, "Patriarch, there is nothing inside." Looking at the clansmen who didn't gain anything, the patriarch's face suddenly turned ashen. Rumble. Lin Ling also put down the boulder and looked at the crowd with a faint smile. Actually, it's not difficult to break your seals. I just need to break the sea with the sea. You should feel that your dantian is like the sea. No matter how you practice, all the spiritual energy dissipates into the sea, right? Hearing this, the patriarch exclaimed, "Little friend, how do you know this? I have a friend who also has the blood of the sea god. At first, he practiced the same way as you, but later, he broke the seal and became a genius of 9 regions. Who is your friend? Can we see him?" Through constant conversation, the attitude of the Uzumaki clan members towards Lin Ling changed to awe, no longer a mere courtesy. "I'm afraid you can't see him." Lin Ling shook his head. The genius of the sea god's blood was Li Xiaoyao's opponent, but now he didn't know where he went, and even if he was in front of him, he wouldn't care about the Uzumaki clansmen. "However, you don't have to be disappointed, because I may be able to unlock your seal." Putting away his thoughts, Lin Ling said again. Silence. The entire canyon was dead silent. "Senior, you won't lie to us, right?" The patriarch didn't seem to believe it, but Lin Ling's magic was obvious to all. This made him look forward to it, but at the same time, he was afraid that his dream would be defeated by reality and everything would be in vain. "You think I'm free?" Lin Ling looked at him with a smile. "Little ones, quickly let the senior help." With Lin Ling's affirmation, the patriarch suddenly roared. "Senior, please help me." The Uzumaki clansmen rushed out of the canyon one after another, and each of them was very excited. "What's the hurry? Do you think I'm a treasure that everyone wants to eat? Give me one by one." Seeing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but reprimand those fierce Uzumaki clansmen. At this moment, all of them bowed their heads and didn't dare to speak. That scene made the humans in the distance feel very unreal. Is this really the Uzumaki clan that killed countless people? "Patriarch, you go first." Lin Ling walked toward the patriarch and asked him to sit down cross-legged. "Senior, what do I want to do? Just say it, I will break the seal even if I have to risk my life." The patriarch seemed to be desperate. "You don't have to do anything, just sit cross-legged and cultivate." Lin Ling stopped in front of the patriarch and said lightly. "Good." The patriarch was very excited. After waiting for a moment, he said again, "Senior, if there's anything you want to say, just say it." Thinking of being able to unlock the seal, he undoubtedly became more and more excited, so he was afraid that he couldn't help Lin Ling. "If you shut up, I'll help you." Lin Ling couldn't help but reprimand him again. "This old guy, is he done yet?" After saying that, his palm slapped the patriarch's back, and in his body, thousands of sea roared. And this is the power of the big sea heart flower. Chapter 3001. Leaving the Milky Way. "See? Are you the sea god?" At this moment, the patriarch exclaimed as he felt the power of 10,000 seas pouring into his body. "Shut up!" Lin Ling roared again. "Oh my god, he has the power of the sea god, he is definitely the sea god." Who knew that the patriarch was so shocked that he was incoherent? Bang! Lin Ling punched the patriarch's head and knocked him out. "You old man, you talk too much nonsense." Seeing Lin Ling attacking the patriarch, the Uzumaki people smiled bitterly, but they did not dare to do anything and let Lin Ling do whatever he wanted. Rumble. At the place where Lin Ling was, the river water surged and turned into 10,000 seas rolling. The power of Thunder Sea, Flame Sea, Ice Sea and so on were all integrated into the river water. So powerful. The Uzumaki people blinked and looked at Lin Ling as if they were looking at the sea god. And the sea god is a real god. After an unknown amount of time, the patriarch finally opened his eyes and found a trace of weak spiritual energy lingering in his dantian. He jumped up and swam around crazily like a fish. "I can cultivate, ha ha ha, I can cultivate. One must know that the sea god's bloodline is not weak and his body is extremely strong. If he can produce boundary essence, it can increase his strength by half. So, how can the patriarch not be happy? Benefactor, benefactor. After swimming a few laps excitedly, the patriarch came to Lin Ling and bowed respectfully. Men, give all the treasures around the canyon to the benefactor and release all the humans. From now on, except for the forces of Dragon Tooth City, ordinary warriors are not allowed to be killed. When his order came out, the hundreds of warriors in the distance were shocked and absent-minded. They did not expect that because of Lin Ling, they would be free from the sea of bitterness from now on. That little friend is really a god. At the same time, he was extremely grateful to Lin Ling. In the following days, Lin Ling cultivated in the Uzumaki clan. There were a lot of treasures here, and he used them all to refine them. After a year, his cultivation had finally reached the 4th level of the martial immortal realm. However, there weren't many treasures that could be used for cultivation, so Lin Ling's other dantians were still in place. As for Dreamflow, he had also stepped into the 4th level of the martial immortal realm. Furthermore, his talent had been stimulated once more, allowing him to step into the desolate body realm. Dreamstream is also a piece of unpolished jade with limitless potential. Lin Ling was secretly astonished at Dreamflow's growth. Dreamflow was still in seclusion, so he did not want to disturb him. Instead, he planned to leave this place temporarily. Because he had too many treasures, and he needed to go to Dragon Tooth City to trade. Patriarch, the forces in Dragon Tooth City also have enmity with me. After my strength increases again, I'll join forces with you to eradicate those forces. Before leaving, Lin Ling said to the Patriarch. The Patriarch nodded excitedly. In the area of Dragon Tooth City, there are many people who want to eradicate those forces. In this dense ancient forest, I know of a few ancient clans. They also want to destroy the Bailey clan and Lu clan. Alright, contact them. Tell them that the best time has come. Lin Ling changed into a clean robe and waved goodbye. Watching the young man leave, the Patriarch sighed in his heart. What a mysterious young man. Whoosh! Using all his strength, Lin Ling once again rushed through the rolling waves of the heavenly river. When he appeared on the ground, he could not help but let out a sigh of relief. He finally came out. Lin Ling patted the bag hanging from his waist. It was filled with a large number of treasures. He planned to head to Dragon Tooth City. As long as he traded these treasures, his strength would increase again. The scabbard is beginning to change. After obtaining all the treasures in the canyon, Lin Ling saw a broken sword in a pile of scrap metal. Then, he put it into the scabbard, and it was finally absorbed by the scabbard. This made him realize that the broken sword was indeed a part of the sword. However, the broken sword was not big, so the effect of the scabbard was not obvious. However, it made Lin Ling more familiar with the scabbard. This scabbard must be the sword of some divine being. Its origin was extraordinary, and it could make Lin Ling use the most powerful sword with the fusion of essence, energy, and spirit. That sword seemed to be 20% of the devil sword rank, but Lin Ling felt that it was not only that. Because he was very familiar with the power of the rank, 20% of the power of the rank was not as strong as the scabbard. Therefore, this scabbard hid a power that exceeded the rank. However, Lin Ling was not very clear about what kind of power it was. Thinking constantly, Lin Ling walked back the way he came. Boy, along the way, did you see the ultimate emperor heavenly fruit? Suddenly, a lazy voice came from above. On top of a huge ancient tree in front of him, an assassin-like man was standing there, leaning against the ancient tree. His aura was extremely sharp. The ultimate emperor heavenly fruit he mentioned was obviously the treasure he needed the most. However, he could not find it in a short time, so he asked passers-by about it. Lin Ling did not say anything. Instead, his face became a little strange. The man lowered his head, looking very carefree. However, when he saw that Lin Ling did not say anything, he finally looked at Lin Ling slowly. "You're just an early martial immortal, don't be too arrogant." After saying this, he saw Lin Ling's appearance clearly. His eyes narrowed. "You're the boy who was being hunted?" He recognized that this was the boy who caused an uproar a year ago, and all the experts were sent to hunt him down. I didn't expect that someone would recognize me." Lin Ling was also a little surprised, but the smile on his face became even more bloodthirsty. "You remember me. This means that you were also involved in the hunt last time." His voice was cold, and his smile was like that of a demon. The carefree man on the tree trembled. In the past, this young man killed countless martial immortals with a single sword. That scene, he had seen it with his own eyes. Bang! He stepped on the tree branch, and a turbulent smoke burst out. His whole body disappeared from the tree in an instant. The hazy smoke blocked his line of sight. Lin Ling was stunned. Then, his soul power spread out, he escaped really fast. He took a step and shot toward a certain direction. At this moment, a figure walked out from a thick and short ancient tree. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. "That boy is still alive. I must tell the 100 Lane clan." As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed towards the distance while a complacent smile hung on the corners of his mouth. The martial technique he'd executed earlier was called the Sandalwood Rain technique, and it was a mid-grade 7th grade martial technique. It allowed him to cultivate 30% of the force of the universe, allowing him to vanish in the void of the universe. It was unfathomable. He'd relied on this movement technique to escape death many times, and he'd even survived at the hands of a half-saint expert. "If I tell Fairy Lu this news, she will definitely reward me handsomely." Thinking of the reward, the man became even more excited. He could exchange it for a large amount of treasures to cultivate, and his strength would increase greatly. Then, he could kill some weak people and be admired by millions of beauties. Just thinking about it made him excited. Bang! Chapter 3002. Slaughter. Those words and that smile made the man tremble. The person who came was Lin Ling. Without waiting for the man to speak, Lin Ling exploded with the speed of 30 worlds and punched out. In the next moment, a painful cry came from the dense forest, startling the birds. The cultivators nearby all looked up at the sky, not knowing what had happened. After Lin Ling killed the man, he shook off the blood on his fist and looked into the distance. "Bailey Yanwu, Fairy Lu, you've offended someone you shouldn't have offended. I'll make you regret what you did that day." Cold. The cold voice echoed in the forest. Lin Ling had already disappeared. The ancient dragon's tongue and teeth were vast and boundless. In this ancient divine forest, light would occasionally soar into the sky and roar of divine beasts. In the depths of this ancient forest, there were hidden dangers everywhere. Some people died here and turned into a pile of bones. Some people obtained treasures here and rose to the heavens in a single step. It was undeniable that although this forest was dangerous, it was also the cradle of heavenly treasures. However, this treasure-like forest was also controlled by someone. It was the huge power of the Dragon Tooth City. Run! That person is catching up. In the dusky forest, the light in the sky was blocked. A figure quickly moved through the forest with the speed of 15 worlds. This speed was extremely terrifying. In the 10,000 worlds, this speed could easily cross 15 worlds. However, in the 9 prefectures, this speed was obviously suppressed. In addition, the forest was bigger than the 10,000 worlds, so the speed of 15 worlds couldn't allow him to rush out of the forest in an instant. This person wasn't old, about 40 years old. However, he was extremely powerful. He was an ambitious and ruthless person. However, when he turned around and looked behind him, fear appeared on his determined face. It was as if there was an ancient ferocious beast chasing after him. "I must return to the city immediately." He made complicated hand seals with both hands. A black hole vortex began to appear in front of him and he shot into it. When he reappeared, he was already in the void. The pitch-black starry sky made the man smile. He finally escaped from that demon. During this period of time, many of his friends had died in the hands of that demon. That demon was extremely powerful. Late martial immortals were no match for him. In addition, he was like an assassin that was impossible to guard against. In the end, he became the most feared person among the loose cultivators. In fact, he didn't know why that person wanted to kill him. Perhaps, that person was a homicidal maniac. Rumble. Right at this moment, a dazzling meteor appeared in the sky, and it came crashing down on him in a dense mass. Upon closer inspection, the colorful flames covering the meteors were in the shape of coffins. It's him. The man's heart trembled. The Grim Reaper had caught up. He didn't expect that the Grim Reaper would still be able to catch up to him after he escaped into the universal void. Why do you want to kill me? The man let out an unwilling cry. A cloaked figure appeared in front of his eyes. He stood there quietly, as if he had been waiting for a long time. However, the figure gradually removed his cloak, revealing a delicate and pretty face. It's you. The man looked at the face in disbelief. He finally knew why the other party had come. Rumble. Unfortunately, it was all too late. The flaming coffins smashed down from the sky. The man began to resist with all his might. Unfortunately, there were too many flaming coffins. Gradually, he was smashed beyond recognition. He let out a painful cry and finally calmed down. In the pitch-black starry sky, the cloaked man walked forward step by step. He looked extremely calm and said, "This is the 65th person. The Bailey clan and the Liu clan are really bold. They actually summoned so many late martial immortals. However, I would like to see how many people can be killed by me." He was Lin Ling. After leaving the Heavenly River, he began to take revenge. Those loose cultivators had no enmity with him. However, they wanted to kill him for money. Therefore, they had to bear the anger of being killed by Lin Ling. Therefore, during this period of time, he wore a large cloak and kept inquiring about the news. He killed all those who had participated in the assassination of him. However, Lin Ling still did not find any news about his elder brother. The only thing he was sure of was that his elder brother was still alive. Moreover, during this period of bitter fighting, Lin Ling's cultivation had stabilized. Now, he was confident that he could defeat a 10th stage martial immortal expert. Of course, the premise was that his opponent did not have the desolate body and the power of a higher stage. Who is it? At this moment, in a luxurious mansion in the Dragon Tooth City, a middle-aged man smashed the teacup in his hand. The middle-aged man was wearing a white fur coat. He was rich and dignified. His eyebrows were sharp and he gave people a feeling that they could not look directly at him. His identity was also extremely powerful. He was one of the last disciples of martial god Qilin, Lu Xingyun. The Heavenly Court was a huge force that spread throughout the 9 provinces. It was unshakable since ancient times. The current number 1 person in the Heavenly Court, martial god Qilin, was a big shot that shocked the 9 provinces. Although there were countless members in the Heavenly Court, there were not many who could become martial god Qilin's last disciple. Each of them had an illustrious identity. In the 9 provinces, even the god emperors would give them face. Sir, during this period of time, more and more people have died in our branch of the Heavenly Court. Many of them were qualified to join the Heavenly Court but were killed in the end. Most importantly, we have reported the quota to the Heavenly Court. Now that we can't hand over so many experts, it will be difficult to explain to the Heavenly Court. A man in a standard robe said. The Heavenly Court was also constantly recruiting members, constantly growing stronger and stronger. It was just that the recruitment requirements were higher. Becoming a member of the heavenly court was also a matter of endless glory. But now, the warriors they had recruited here were all dead. Instead, they had handed over the quota. This made it difficult to explain to the heavenly court. It's not strange that 1, 2, or even 3 people have died. However, all of them are our people. This means that someone is deliberately targeting us. Lu Xingyun said faintly, I guess, it should be one of the 3 young men we chased a year ago. One of them is still alive. Moreover, the Bailey clan has also replied that many of their people have died. So, we can be sure that among the 3 young men, one of them is still alive. Sir, you're right. We will find that person. Hearing this, the man in the standard robe nodded immediately. Go. This person humiliated the young lady. He must die. Don't bother me with these trivial matters. My goal is still to guard against the ancient clans in the heavenly river and the ancient forest. Lu Xingyun rubbed his temples and said, as if he was very impatient with this matter. Yes, sir. The man took the order and left. However, not long after, a piece of news that made Lu Xingyun slightly happy came. Sir, that person has been found. This person is in the Dragon Tooth City. He wanted to kill young Master Bailey but was discovered in the end. Although he escaped, he is now sealed in the Dragon Tooth City. Very well. Good, he is in the Dragon Tooth City. That is the territory of the Bailey clan and my Lu clan. He can't escape. I will give you 3 months to capture him alive and let the young lady personally gouge out his eyes. Sir. Chapter 3003. It's impossible to fly. At the same time, a storm was brewing in Dragon Tooth City, and the entire city was on guard. It was easy to enter the city, but it was harder than ascending to the heavens to leave the city. Capture 1 person alive in the city. This is the appearance of that person. Anyone who sees it will be heavily rewarded. He's that homicidal maniac? TSK, I didn't expect him to be so young. He caused a storm in the city some time ago. Now, we can go search for treasures in the ancient forest without worry. After the ancient city was covered with portraits, those independent cultivators relaxed. So long as that person was trapped in Dragon Tooth City, then they would capture him sooner or later, so they didn't have to worry. At this moment, in an inn in Dragon Tooth City, a masked man was drinking wine, and the eyes beneath the mask were extremely cold. The Bailey clan has a half-saint realm expert. That young Master Bailey is very difficult to kill. This man was Sakra. After he jumped into the surging Milky Way that day, he flowed with the current and was finally separated from Lin Ling and Lu Ming. Now, a year had passed, and he didn't know the whereabouts of Lin Ling and Meng Lu. However, according to the rumors, both Lin Ling and Meng Lu were dead. So, Sakra didn't leave. He ceaselessly slaughtered the members of the Bailey clan, and he wanted to kill Bailey Yanwu and Fairy Lu even more. But in the end, his plan failed, and he was trapped in the city. This city is really miraculous. I wanted to soar through the sky, but a mysterious force sealed me, causing me to be unable to charge out. I could only leave through the city gate. However, there are countless experts at the city gate, so that path isn't easy to take. Sakra said to himself. During this period of time, his strength had improved, but he was still much weaker than the Bailey clan and Lu clan. Die. Right at this moment, a ray of light slashed towards him. It was sharp and fierce, and it possessed 60% of the energy of the universe. Crack. Sakra threw away the wine cup in his hand, and his right arm transformed into bones that collided with the sword. Cracks instantly appeared on his bones. What? Use your hands to block my sword. The person who had attacked was an old man at the 8th level of the martial immortal realm. He was Sword Immortal MOU from the Eastern Territory. He had thought that the person being hunted was not strong, so he had volunteered. However, He now realized that this 4th-level martial Immortal Realm Junior was not weak at all. He, the one who should die is you. The corner of Sakra's mouth revealed a cold smile. His white bony arm swung out and pierced through that old man's chest. You, kill me. The old man lowered his head in disbelief. This is what you get for trying to kill me. Sakra sneered and threw the old man away. Then, he quickly left through the window. He didn't dare to burst out with his full speed because he would become the focus of attention. He only wanted to blend into the crowd as soon as possible. Yes, he's in the vicinity. Have everyone in the city narrow down their search target and focus on searching the nearby area. Sakra had just left and immediately, a strong practitioner appeared and issued an order. Dragon Tooth City was huge, so it would not be easy to find someone in a short period of time. However, if the target of the search was smaller, it would be much easier. Very good, this man is called Sakra. I want to catch him with my own hands. In the Bailey clan, Bailey Yanwu also revealed a cold smile. Among the 3 cockroaches, he was lucky enough to survive. Did he think that he could escape the Bailey clan's pursuit? This was simply a dream. Almost at the same time, the Lu clan also received the news. Lu Xingyun nodded with satisfaction. The homicidal maniac that he had been looking for was finally coming to the surface. He also wanted to see what this cockroach-like person looked like. Not good, my lord. In the ancient forest, another member of our heavenly court has died. However, when the 2 forces were looking forward to it, someone sent the news, which made Lu Xingyun and Bailey Yanwu stunned. Wasn't the homicidal maniac trapped in the ancient city? Why were there still people dying in the forest? How many people died? Lu Xingyun frowned and said. If 1 or 2 people died, it wouldn't be a big deal. Perhaps they died in the mouth of demon beasts. Almost 100 people, all of them are from the heavenly court and the Bailey clan. The man glanced at Lu Xingyun and said nervously. Sure enough, after this sentence, Lu Xingyun's face became extremely ugly. His heart was extremely painful, as if it was cut by a knife. The number of people who died in the heavenly court's branch this time was simply beyond his imagination. This means that 2 of the 3 cockroaches are still alive. Find him, even if he's a god, I want him to fall in the dragon tongue tooth. Lu Xingyun's voice became louder and louder. Obviously, he was roaring. On the other side, the Bailey clan was also furious at this moment. Because these 2 pieces of rat feces had stirred up a nest of soup. They even thought that the 2 cockroaches did it deliberately. One of them was outside, while the other was inside. They wanted to uproot them. Finally counterattack? Let's see if you're qualified. Bailey Yanwu said with a cold face. He did not expect the 2 to be so difficult to deal with. He was sure that the 2 foreigners were not ordinary people. They were probably very powerful in their hometown. However, the fierce dragon could not fight the local snake. They could not make any big waves in the Dragon Tooth City. At this moment, a figure in a large cloak was slowly entering Dragon Tooth City. The cloaked figure stopped at the entrance and raised his head to look at the ancient city while a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Flying Snow Heavenly Love Formation. Once this formation is set up, those who enter it will not leave. It's an excellent ancient formation for trapping people. Unless one is in the Sage-to-be realm, no one can break out of it. Moreover, this formation covers the whole city. The Lu clan is really generous. However, martial god Qilin used to learn martial arts from me. He didn't learn the essence, but he did learn a lot of skills. The man said lightly. He was Lin Ling. After seeing the giant defensive formation of the city, he immediately felt a sense of familiarity. This formation was taught to martial god Qilin by Li Xiaoyao. Now that someone in the city could set up this formation, it meant that the person was the successor of martial god Qilin. Lin Ling even guessed that the person was the person with the greatest power in the heavenly court in the Dragon Tooth City. In the past, although Lin Ling had killed many people in the heavenly court, they were just small fries. Now, he could finally kill a backbone. This was also the first step on his path of revenge against the heavenly court after his rebirth. I'll play with you slowly. Lin Ling put away his thoughts and stepped into the ancient city. Then, he went straight to the auction house, which was also a place for trading. He had a lot of treasures now, and what he needed was imperial crystals. When he arrived at the ancient auction house, the auction had already ended. However, there were still a lot of rogue cultivators around. This was because there were also treasures to be sold around the auction house, but they were not as valuable as the ones in the auction house. Lin Ling knew that the auction had ended through the conversations of passers-by. He simply set up a stall to trade. Chapter 3004. You still have 3 breaths of time. When the treasures fell on the floor, the expressions of the people nearby changed. That's a semi-supreme weapon. What a sharp aura. And it's not just one. Look at that long saber. That's the flying fish flaming wasp saber, the famous weapon of Daoist fire bee. It's extremely powerful. Tisk tsk, I wonder how much it's worth. Many people gathered around quietly, their eyes full of excitement. Although weapons were external objects, powerful weapons could increase a cultivator's strength by 30% or even 50%. Who wouldn't be tempted? However, they were also a little afraid of the cloaked man, because those who dared to set up a stall here must have some confidence in their own strength. However, after they used a secret technique to investigate, they were surprised to find that the cloaked man was only a level 4 martial immortal. This level of cultivation was not very strong, but he had endless treasures. This was very shocking. Everyone's eyes became greedy. The cloaked man was too bold. This drunken dream leaf sword is mine. I didn't expect you to steal it. Right at this moment, a skinny man arrived before the stall and looked at one of the ancient swords with bright eyes. The sword was completely blue and had clouds flowing around it. If one stared at the sword, they would feel as if they were in a dream. This was the extremely famous drunken dream leaf sword. The owner of this sword was a 10th level martial immortal expert. He was quite famous in the Dragon Tongue Fong region. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly raised his eyes and looked at the thin man in front of him. The man was not tall, but his eyes were sharp. Obviously, he was also a decisive person. You said this sword is yours? Lin Ling said indifferently. That's right. Now, you have to return the sword to me and compensate me with a treasure. Then, I'll forgive you for your mistake. The man nodded and said with an extremely tough attitude. The people around sneered secretly and looked at the cloaked man mockingly. They knew that the owner of the drunken dream leaf sword had died in the heavenly river, so the man was not the real owner. He was just looking for an excuse to steal the sword. In fact, how could Lin Ling not know this? He said indifferently, what if I refuse? Then don't blame me for being impolite. The man took a step forward, and his voice became even colder. Moreover, his hand reached out to grab the sword on the ground. Seeing this, the eyes of the surrounding people flashed. It seemed that they were also planning to make a move. Because the man had forcefully snatched the sword, they could also take advantage of the chaos to snatch away all the treasures of the cloaked man. Moreover, even if they didn't snatch it, others would. However, just as the man was about to grab the sword, Lin Ling's finger was already on the sword. Just one finger was enough to make the man unable to lift the sword. Let go. The man flew into a rage and punched towards Lin Ling with his other hand. This punch contained 50% of the power of the universe. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He pointed with his left hand, "Get out of my way." The finger collided with the fist, and a cracking sound was heard. The man's left fist was penetrated by the finger, and his entire arm was crippled. The man screamed in pain as he stared at Lin Ling with eyes full of terror. You dare to snatch things with your little strength? Lin Ling said indifferently, I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't get out of my way, you'll die. Get out of my way. I was wrong, I was wrong. Get out of my way. The man's expression changed drastically. He finally reacted and hurriedly ran away. However, his eyes were filled with viciousness and unwillingness. After leaving the crowd, he gritted his teeth and said, Good, good, good. You dared to cripple my arm. I won't let you leave Dragon Tooth City. Get out of my way. After saying this, he strode away. Obviously, he was going to find help. As for the martial artists around Lin Ling, they didn't dare to make a move to snatch the treasures. They were even glad that the man had made a move to let them know how terrifying the cloaked man was. Don't do things more than 3 times. If you have any ideas about me again, the next one won't be getting out of my way, but death. Get out of my way. Lin Ling sat cross-legged and coldly spat out this sentence. He also knew that Dragon Tooth City was a lawless area, so he didn't have to be afraid. The people around him didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. However, they looked at the treasures with fiery eyes. Finally, someone asked. After all, if they couldn't snatch the treasures, they could at least buy them. 1 million royal crystals for a treasure of the semi-supreme level. If it's any other level, 100,000 royal crystals will do. Lin Ling also calmly quoted the price. So expensive? Wow! People exclaimed, but Lin Ling didn't bother to pay attention to them. The treasures were in his hands. Take them or leave them. People's eyes kept flashing. Seeing that Lin Ling was unwilling to compromise, they finally reluctantly took out their royal crystals to trade. After all, if they missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. Lin Ling was expressionless. He took the royal crystals and threw out the treasures. After an unknown period of time, a voice suddenly came from the front. Reeing, do you know how much money you've wasted by delaying my time? Brother Bailey, I know that you're searching for the cockroach from a year ago. It's a very important matter. However, I saw a treasure. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to disturb you. That treasure contains a large number of semi-supreme weapons. Brother Bailey definitely won't suffer a loss. That's more like it. The crowd gradually separated. 5 figures appeared in front of Lin Ling's stall and stared coldly at Lin Ling. They're from the Bailey clan. Looking at the young man in the lead, the surrounding people quickly dispersed with a respectful look on their faces. The young man in the lead had a cultivation of the stage 7 martial immortal realm. He seemed to be hiding some trump cards. Therefore, the crowd was quite wary of him. He looked at Lin Ling calmly and said, How much is that cauldron? Lin Ling sat cross-legged with his eyes slightly shut. He appeared to be unperturbed, but in reality, he had also heard the words of those few people earlier. In fact, he had even sensed that the man whose arm had been crippled had returned at this moment. He immediately understood what was going on. 1 million royal crystals for a semi-supreme weapon. Lin Ling said indifferently. So expensive? Don't you think you're being too greedy? The young man frowned. Lin Ling's attitude annoyed him. He didn't even look at him. Are you deaf? However, Lin Ling replied coldly. He knew that this person was doing it on purpose. You don't know how to be polite. I'm talking to you nicely. How dare you scold me? The young man's face became angry. He seemed to be using this as a pretext to make a fuss. The surrounding people's eyes flickered. They knew that the people from the Bailey clan were looking for an excuse to attack. After all, it wouldn't be nice to talk about robbing. The Bailey clan didn't want to lose face. However, Lin Ling still sat cross-legged and didn't move an inch. Can't you hear me? The young man's eyes were filled with killing intent. Finally, Lin Ling opened his eyes and said, "You have 3 breaths time. Get lost." What an arrogant rogue cultivator. No one has ever dared to say, "Get lost," in front of me. The price for that word is very high. Chapter 3005. The assassination was coming. Scram. Get lost. However, Lin Ling had already stood up and roared a few times. Was he trying to tell the young man that 1 scram was not enough? How about 3 or 4? You. The young man was stunned. He hadn't expected the cloaked man to be even more arrogant than he had imagined. He immediately attacked, and a wolf-fang saber appeared in his hand. He looked at Lin Ling and viciously slashed out, causing the wind and clouds to surge. A semi-extreme weapon. Everyone was greatly alarmed as they sensed the terrifying power of the universe. Rumble. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also made his move. He didn't use any powerful martial arts. Instead, he threw out a punch, and with a cracking sound, the huge wolf-fang blade shattered. This time, everyone was shocked. The young man stood there in a daze, holding a broken saber. Scram. If it's not enough, then die. Lin Ling took a step forward, and his godly demon physique descended. It was as if he had the power to uproot mountains and rivers, causing the entire street to shake. Both of them punched out at the same time. Lin Ling already knew that the young man was from the 100 Lane clan. Even if there were no grudges between them, Lin Ling wouldn't let him go. Not to mention, the other party was trying to kill him. This was simply courting death. Do you know who I am? Looking at the punch with the roar of the dragon god, the young man's face changed dramatically. Even if you are Bailey Yanwu, you will still die. Boom. Lin Ling killed the young man with 1 punch. Then, he did not show any mercy and killed the rest of the people. Only the man with the broken arm was left alive. At that moment, the man's face was pale and he was so frightened that he fell to the ground. Let me ask you a question. Who is the Bailey clan after? Lin Ling looked down at the man and said indifferently. He's one of the 3 youths who escaped a year ago. The man quickly replied. Thank you. Lin Ling's gaze turned serious. He knew that his big brother was trapped in the city. He had to go help him immediately. After that, Lin Ling raised his foot high and hung it above the man's head, causing the latter's face to be filled with regret. I've already answered your question. You promised not to kill me. When did I promise you anything? In fact, you shouldn't have come back. Lin Ling smirked coldly. His foot stomped down heavily like a dragon's tail. With a boom, the man was turned into a pile of meat. The whole street was split open, shocking the whole city. However, Lin Ling didn't stop. He disappeared from where he stood. So strong, this person's strength is too terrifying. Yeah, I feel like a berserk dragon has infiltrated Dragon Tooth City. Seeing that Lin Ling had disappeared, the rogue cultivators started to discuss among themselves. At this moment, the arena in the east of the city was the arena for life and death battles in Dragon Tooth City. Those who survived would be rewarded handsomely, while those who died would be reduced to ashes. On the other hand, the usually bustling arena was extremely quiet today. Moreover, this vast arena had been sealed off by someone. Are you trapped here? Outside the arena, a large number of experts gathered there and laughed coldly. Right now, Sakura was being pressured by them step by step. In the end, he escaped to this arena. Now, it would be difficult for him to escape. Young Master Bai Li has entered. He probably wants to catch that cockroach with his own hands. Old Ma is also following him. This person is a 10th stage martial immortal. He's a ruthless person. With him around, there's no need to be afraid of that cockroach escaping. We'll guard outside the arena and make sure nothing goes wrong. A white-haired old man laughed. He was thin and weak, with a centipede-like scar on his face. His hands were holding two delicate beauties. His aged hands were rubbing them, causing the women to moan. As for the old man, his face was filled with satisfaction. This made the rogue cultivators at the side lick their lips. Evil flames rose in their hearts. They planned to vent their anger after completing this mission. You guys watch for a while. I'll leave for a while. The old man suddenly said in a dignified manner. Everyone nodded in tacit understanding. The envy in their eyes became thicker. The old man carried the two women to a corner of the arena. Then, he started to move. Moaning sounds continued to ring out. Not long after, the old man let out a roar as if he was venting something. His entire body was incomparably carefree. Looking at the two delicate women at his feet, their cheeks were red and they had already fainted. The goods this time are not bad. The old man reluctantly rubbed the woman's softness. With a smile, he put on his clothes and was about to leave. However, at this moment, a cold killing intent suddenly arrived. It was like a sword in the shadows, causing the old man's expression to change instantly. His intuition, which had been wandering in the ancient forest for many years, made him take a step and disappear on the spot. Puff! A strong light shot down from the sky. The ground was penetrated, revealing a finger-sized hole. It was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. This assassin-like attack made the old man's expression turn serious. He knew that although the power of the attack was not great, if it hit a person's body, it would definitely penetrate everything. Moreover, he sensed that the ground within a few hundred meters of the ground had completely collapsed. This meant that not only could the finger penetrate a person's body, it could also destroy all the vitality of a person. What a powerful attack! The old man couldn't help but raise his head. A cloaked man walked down from the sky like an assassin of the Grim Reaper. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? The old man said coldly. He was an expert at the 10th level of the martial immortal realm. This was the first time he was assassinated by someone. It's because it's you. That's why I want to kill you. The cloaked man walked down from the sky and slowly took off his hood, revealing a handsome face. He was like a god, like the Grim Reaper. It's you? You didn't die. The old man's pupils constricted, because this was one of the three youths. He never thought that there would still be one alive, and even dared to assassinate him. One had to know that there were many experts standing guard not far away. I didn't expect you to remember me. Fortunately, I also remember you. You were one of the leaders of the last assassination attempt. Lin Ling landed on the ground and said calmly. So what? You escaped last time. You shouldn't have come back. This time, do you think you can escape? I have to admit that you're quite powerful. However, the attack you used before should have been your full strength. However, you failed. A powerful aura spread out from the old man's body. The power of the universe surged as he stared at Lin Ling as if he was staring at his prey. I just wanted to save some time by assassinating you. Lin Ling smiled. He knew that his brother was trapped in the arena. Therefore, he didn't plan to delay any longer. He stomped on the ground and the speed of 30 worlds appeared. Mixed with the innate ability of the realm-devouring beast, it turned into a ferocious punch that flew towards the old man like a meteor. I know you're quite capable. However, coming here is the biggest mistake of your life. If you can't kill me in one blow, you'll be hunted down by all the rogue cultivators in the city. The old man sneered. He even thought that Lin Ling was stupid. Even if Lin Ling succeeded in killing him in this place, he would alert the enemy and die in the city. Moreover, Lin Ling couldn't kill him. Rumble. Chapter 3006. It was a massacre. Boom. The two experts collided and they were evenly matched. I told you that you can't kill me with a single strike. The old man was shocked by the young man's strength. If a level 4 martial immortal could fight against him, what if he was a level 4 martial immortal? That was unimaginable. Fortunately, the young man was too confident. He was walking right into the trap. That's not necessarily true. However, at that moment, a cold voice sounded in front of him. Colorful flames suddenly erupted from the fist and the power of the universe was born. The old man's expression changed greatly. This mysterious young man could increase his strength. Although he seemed to be evenly matched with the young man, he was actually an arrow at the end of its flight. Therefore, if the young man unleashed a bit more strength, he would definitely not be able to stop him. Crackle. When the god-demon body and the spacetime flame appeared, the old man felt a strong realm essence rushing toward him. He finally knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. His fist collided with Lin Ling's fist. However, Lin Ling's fist released a strong realm essence, causing the old man's arm to expand rapidly as if it was being blown up. The ferocious realm essence even reached his body. The old man panicked. He wanted to retreat, he wanted to run away, and he even wanted to call for help. However, it was too late. No. In the end, with a boom, the level 10 martial immortal expert was only able to shout out one sentence before he was destroyed by the powerful force. It's not difficult to kill you with a single strike. Lin Ling waved his arm and the spacetime flame disappeared into his body. He walked out from the corner. Although the old man was a level 10 martial immortal, Lin Ling was a level 4 martial immortal. Coupled with the fusion of the realm essence in his dantian, he had already surpassed the level 10 martial immortal realm. What happened? There seems to be a rumble over there. Hee, that old man is too fierce. He should be doing that kind of thing. However, those two beauties won't be able to take it. I see. I was surprised for nothing. I thought some strong enemy had come. Are you stupid? What kind of expert could come here? Outside the arena, the experts were worried at first, but they gradually relaxed. There were over 100 late-stage martial immortals here. Unless one was a half-sage, who would dare to behave atrociously here? It's your turn. However, just as they finished speaking, a figure wearing a large cloak walked out, causing those people to fall silent. A trace of uneasiness arose in their hearts as they looked around, wanting to find that expert at the 10th level of the martial immortal realm. There's no need to look. That old pervert is already dead. The person who came was none other than Lin Ling. He waved his powerful fist and looked down on these experts like a god. Brat, who are you? He seems to be the young man from a year ago. He's not dead? Someone recognized Lin Ling and shouted, causing the entire space to become deathly silent. We searched high and low for them, only to find them by chance. I didn't expect that we would be able to catch two people today. We're going to make a great contribution. Although they were surprised by Lin Ling's appearance, they were not afraid of Lin Ling. The reason was that this was the headquarters of the Bailey clan and the Lu clan. Perhaps they thought that they would not die in a place like Dragon Tooth City. 15, 16, 17. At this moment, Lin Ling was expressionless as he calmly reported the number of people. Brat, what are you doing? Someone with a calm temperament couldn't help but ask. Because Lin Ling had appeared alone and was facing so many strong cultivators, this young man was either stupid or had prepared a backup plan. Perhaps, he had invited some strong cultivators to help him. I'm going to kill all of you, so I don't want any of you to escape. After Lin Ling reported the number of people, he nodded calmly. There were exactly 98 people, less than 100 people. Arrogant. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the experts all roared. Did this young man want to kill all of them by himself? One had to know that there were many experts in the arena. If all of them came out, this young man would die here even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Cherish this hard-won sunlight, because you won't be able to see the sun in the sky tomorrow. Lin Ling did not plan to waste any more time. His four dantians began to merge, and the fire of time spread throughout his body, causing him to become as bright as a flower. The multicolored flames were extremely dazzling, and even the people in the distance were attracted by them. However, when they saw Lin Ling intending to fight almost 100 people by himself, the passers-by were all in disbelief. At this moment, Lin Ling erupted with the speed of 30 worlds, causing the experts to be unable to react because that speed was too fast. Shameless boasting. One of them was still angrily shouting. He recalled the events of a year ago. At that time, the three young men were hunted down like stray dogs, so after a year, the young man would not be able to change anything. He was still a stray dog. Boom! However, just as that person finished speaking, a fist passed through the side of his face, causing his head to spin like a top. In the next moment, he saw his back, and he went crazy. He was even terrified. Could it be that his head had been twisted to the back? Just as this thought appeared in his mind, he felt dizzy, and with a plop, he died. You killed the violent tremor blade? In the crowd, someone roared, causing the entire arena to shake. No one expected that a late-stage martial immortal expert would be killed in a single blow. This caused the remaining people to be incomparably furious. In the past, it must have been fun to hunt me down, right? Today, it's your turn. Lin Ling did not care about the anger of the crowd. He activated his terrifying speed and weaved through the crowd. His fists were like the fists of the war god, wild and unruly. The power of his world origin and physical body was extremely fierce. Puff! With a punch, another person's chest was pierced through. He lowered his head and looked at the bloody hole in his chest, as if he was in disbelief. The second one. Outside the arena, the cold voice continued to float out. Fresh blood began to dye the ground red. You're crazy. Seeing Lin Ling continuously killing their people, the eyes of the experts turned red. However, Lin Ling's speed was incomparably fast, so they could not catch up to him. When they finally caught up, another person had already died. The 25th one. Bang! 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 The 32nd one. Like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, every time the voice rang out, the life of an expert would be reaped. One should know that these experts came from the 9 prefectures, and in their hometowns, they were formidable overlords. However, in this place, they were like ants. Who is this person? He's so powerful. His speed and world origin are both very fierce. He doesn't look like a 4th-stage martial immortal at all. I heard that he was one of the 3 people who were hunted down a year ago. I didn't expect him to come back for revenge. Chapter 3007. No one could stop him. He's too scary. We can't win against him. As time passed, there were only a dozen people left in front of the arena. However, they were all panicking. Compared to a year ago, the young man was like a completely different person. He gave them the feeling that he was an expert in the half-step sage realm. Most importantly, the young man didn't use any martial arts. He only relied on his fists to conquer the world. This was beyond their understanding. Run! The remaining people hesitated for a moment before they started to run in different directions. It's too late to run now. Lin Ling sneered. Naturally, he wouldn't do something as stupid as cutting weeds without removing the roots. He took a step and chased after 5 of them. He looked down at them like a god. Don't go too far. You've already killed so many people. Do you still want to kill all of us? Seeing Lin Ling chasing after them, those people were both angry and scared. Back then, thousands of you chased after the 3 of us. Didn't you also kill all of us? However, the shadow of the Grim Reaper behind them laughed sarcastically. The Grim Reaper's scythe slashed down fiercely. His fist destroyed all the power of the universe and killed 5 people in an instant. They died again. Hurry up and run. It'll be too late if we're late. The faces of the people on the other side turned even paler. They wished they could grow another pair of legs and leave this place. However, their speed couldn't be faster than Lin Ling's 30 worlds speed. After a moment, Lin Ling's figure appeared in the corner of the arena again. He slowly walked back with 5 corpses in his right hand. Bang! 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 Those corpses fell to the ground, causing the arena door to fall into a deathly silence. This was because everyone was killed. Even those who tried to escape were no exception. This terrifying scene caused the martial artists in the distance to tremble with fear. They couldn't say a word. What happened? Didn't young Master Bailey tell you not to make a ruckus? At this moment, 3 people walked out of the door. They were from the gladiator arena. However, when they saw the scene at the arena door, they were all stunned. Outside the door, blood flowed like a river. Corpses littered the ground. The hundreds of experts from before looked as if they had been eaten by ferocious beasts. Not a single one was left. On the contrary, a man in a large cloak was searching among the corpses and collecting all the treasures. Retreat! Retreat! This scene caused the faces of those people. They only wanted to inform the young master quickly. Wait! However, just as they moved, a lazy and icy voice was transmitted over. The man who was collecting the treasures slowly turned around at this moment. He had delicate features and there was a friendly smile at the corner of his mouth. However, when this smile landed in the eyes of the few people, it was just like the smile of the god of death. At this moment, they didn't of the people. They didn't know why they didn't dare to move. They only had a feeling that if they moved a finger, they would definitely be consigned to eternal damnation. Is my big brother of them? Move! Lin Ling walked slowly towards the 3 of them with a calm expression, as though he was strolling in his own backyard. The 3 of them were shocked. Could this young man be one of the people who escaped a year ago? This was too abnormal. He knew that the Bailey clan and the Liu clan were looking for him, but he actually swaggered into the Dragon Tooth City and killed so many cultivators. Their young Master Bailey didn't even know that he had killed so many cultivators. After all, young Master Bailey was only 1 wall away from the arena door. Therefore, they couldn't help but be shocked by this young man's courage. He's inside. One of them was completely afraid of Lin Ling's eyes and quickly replied in fear. Don't say it. The other person shouted anxiously. However, it was too late because the first person had already said it. I like honest people the most. The one who spoke can live, but the rest must die. Lin Ling nodded and walked toward the arena step by step. The other 2 people's expressions changed drastically. They never thought that saying a word could save their lives. If they had known, they would have said it. After all, what they said was no secret. Go to hell. However, the 2 of them didn't have time to regret it. They activated their powerful Jia Yuan martial arts and landed on Lin Ling with a boom. However, Lin Ling stood there like a pine tree and didn't move at all. Instead, he patted his clothes and said, Is that all you've got? The realm-devouring beast appeared behind him quietly. Its huge mouth made people tremble in fear. Plop! The 2 of them were so scared that they fell to the ground. They were experts at the 8th stage of the martial immortal realm. However, under their full-strength attack, their opponent was unharmed. The gap was too big. Both of you can die now. Lin Ling didn't even look at the 2 of them. With his god-devil body, unless the opponent had the power of a higher rank or the desolate body, he wasn't afraid of them. Bang bang. Following Lin Ling's footsteps, the 2 of them were killed with a punch. Their blood dyed the door red. The remaining person stood there like a puppet, not daring to move at all. The 2 people who died were his seniors. They were people he had always admired and looked up to. However, these seniors were like chickens and dogs in front of the young man. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Watching the young man gradually leave, that person's heart was constantly hesitating. His eyes instantly turned cold. His body disappeared and a scorpion-shaped dagger appeared in his hand. This dagger was extremely extraordinary. It was a poison weapon. He had once used this poison weapon to kill an expert at the 10th stage of the martial immortal realm. This dagger was made from the tail of the universal scorpion. Although it looked ordinary, its power was almost at the level of a semi-extreme weapon. Whoosh! The dagger directly stabbed Lin Ling's back. Success! That person was overjoyed. He didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Perhaps this young man was too confident. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly turned around and looked at that person indifferently. You sneak attacked me? I don't believe that you will let me go. You must be lying to me. Because, a long time ago, I learned that one's life is in one's own hands. Never trust others. Ha ha ha, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too confident and too kind. That person said with a ferocious expression. He wasn't old. He had only cultivated for 3,000 years. He couldn't compare to other old monsters. However, his talent was ordinary. He had reached the martial immortal realm in 3,000 years. This showed how sinister and cautious this person was. How pitiful. There was a way to live but you chose to die. Lin Ling was expressionless. He pulled out the dagger on his back. With a clench of his hand, the dagger turned into powder. You weren't poisoned? That young man saw that Lin Ling seemed to be safe and sound. His laughing expression disappeared and turned into fear. You underestimated my body too much. Lin Ling looked at him coldly. The young man knelt down with a plop. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I, Lin Ling, am a man of my words. If I say I will let you go, I will let you go. In my eyes, you are not much different from an ant. Killing one more ant or one less, it doesn't affect me much. Unfortunately, you missed this opportunity. Chapter 3008. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. You've offended someone you shouldn't have. I was wrong. Give me another chance, okay? The young man's eyes were moist, and he was practically crying. He hardened his heart and attacked earlier because he really didn't believe Lin Ling. He thought Lin Ling was playing with him and would kill him in the end. However, he wronged Lin Ling. In Lin Ling's heart, he was really not worth mentioning. Whether he lived or died didn't matter much. However, he overestimated himself and underestimated Lin Ling at the same time. He didn't want to die. He still had a great future. Bang! Lin Ling revealed an evil smile. His palm landed on the young man's forehead, causing blood to flow out from the latter's forehead. He fell down with a plop and died completely. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly and entered the arena. In his opinion, there was actually such a foolish person. He, Lin Ling, didn't want to waste time, so he couldn't be bothered to kill that ant. In the end, the ant thought too highly of himself and actually came to throw away his life. In this world, there are really many lowly people. At this moment, the fierce battle was still continuing in the enormous arena. Several figures were besieging Sakura, and Sakura was desperately resisting, but his momentum was gradually losing ground. Bailey Yenwu, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. You lied to us. Sakura was roaring furiously as well. On the other side, Bailey Yenwu sat on a chair and drank lightly with a carefree expression. It was as if he was watching a dog being gradually slaughtered. Yell, yell, the louder the better. Bailey Yenwu laughed and said, the three of you should have come from somewhere else, right? No wonder you were so naive and stupid. Last time, I felt that your strength wasn't weak, so I lied to you to shake hands and make peace. But you really believed it. In fact, if a conflict really happened at that time, with the martial artists I brought, they couldn't stop you at all. So, I shook hands and made peace with you. Otherwise, do you think you country bumpkins could talk to me? You bastard, you'll regret it. Hearing that, Sakura was boiling with anger. Last time, they saw that Bailey Yenwu was easy to talk to. Plus, they didn't want to waste time in Dragon Tooth City, so they made peace. But who knew that although they let Bailey Yenwu go, he didn't let them go? I, Bailey Yenwu, have never regretted anything. I've never hesitated in my life. You're called Sakura, right? When you go to the underworld after death, tell the god of the underworld that it was me, Bailey Yenwu. Lord Lu, cripple him. Bailey Yenwu drank another mouthful of wine. He didn't want to waste any more time. Yes, young master. A 10th layer martial immortal realm expert walked out from the dueling ground. His universal world realm is his worlds, S's. Tales translated tales, S's T. Young master, this Sakura must not be killed. He must be left for Fairy Lu. The guards beside Bailey Yenwu said respectfully. Of course. The Lu family is from the heavenly court. We can't offend them. Today, we'll do them a favor. Bailey Yenwu nodded. Their Bailey family was still very afraid of the heavenly court. Go see what's happening outside the arena. The three of them haven't returned for so long. I'm afraid something might have happened. Then, Bailey Yenwu said. What can happen? There's a level martial immortal stage expert at the entrance of the arena. Who in the vicinity can be their match? The guard replied with a smile. But he still obeyed Bailey Yenwu. At that moment, the level martial immortal stage expert Lord Lu's right hand turned into a tiger's claw. Black light flickered, and as if he was going to tear through the world, he ferociously attacked Sakura. You're also a rare talent. What a pity, what a pity. Today, I, Lord Lu, will cripple you. Lord Lu sneered. However, when his palm was about to grab Sakura, his body suddenly froze. This unforeseen event made Di Shi Tian stunned, and the people around him were also stunned. Lord Lu, why don't you cripple him? Bailey Yenwu also noticed that something was wrong with Lord Lu. He instantly frowned and had an ominous premonition in his heart. Lord Lu, don't tell me you won't listen to the orders of my Bailey clan? Bailey Yenwu said again. Then, he stood up and planned to go over and take a look. Plop. Almost at the same time, Lord Lu's head slowly slid down and smashed onto the ground. It was a shocking scene. The arena instantly fell into a deathly silence. What happened? The expressions of the various experts changed greatly. Grandpa Lu, that was an expert at the 10th level of the martial immortal realm. He was killed. Moreover, throughout the entire process, they didn't see who did it. Instantly, an unknown fear arose in their hearts, causing their expressions to turn grave. Pa! At the same time, footsteps could be heard in the distance of the arena. A wide cloak slowly appeared. Holding a huge sword, the tip of the sword drew on the ground, causing dazzling sparks. He walked over step by step. Bailey Yenwu, we meet again. His indifferent voice was like a gust of wind that spread throughout the entire arena. It's you. Looking at the figure, Bailey Yenwu's pupils finally trembled. Sakura was stunned for a moment. Then, he was overjoyed. Second brother, you didn't die. He was incomparably excited and tears flowed out. In the past year, he had been searching for the whereabouts of Lin Ling and Meng Lu. However, there was no news. This caused him to think that Lin Ling and Meng Lu were dead. But now, Lin Ling appeared in front of him again. Big brother, we brothers are gathered again. Seeing that Sakura was fine, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. However, his gaze quickly fell on Bailey Yenwu. A cold killing intent spread out from his body. Bailey Yenwu, you didn't expect that I didn't die, right? You even came to find me personally. Even Lin Ling's voice was filled with killing intent. Bailey Yenwu's heart trembled inexplicably and he started to panic. In the past, he already knew that Lin Ling and the other two were very strong. Now, even a 10th stage martial immortal expert was killed by a sneak attack. Therefore, he alone couldn't stop Lin Ling. Somebody come, somebody come. Help. Bailey Yenwu couldn't help but shout anxiously. He wanted the experts outside the arena to come. No need to shout. They're all dead. Help. However, Lin Ling directly killed all his hopes. Plop. As soon as those words fell, Bailey Yenwu's heart was struck by lightning. In fact, among Sakura and the other two, he was most afraid of Lin Ling. This was because he had a feeling that Lin Ling was the strongest among the three. Now, he knew that his intuition wasn't wrong. As for the people around you, they're all dead now. Lin Ling continued to move forward. The huge sword gently slashed out. The sword light was crystal clear and dazzling. No one could block it. Those few cultivators were instantly slashed into two. In an instant, only Bailey Yenwu was left in the entire arena. In the past, you said that we should shake hands and make peace. However, after that, you sent people to kill us. Don't you know that your actions have caused you to offend someone you shouldn't have? Chapter 3009. A half-step Sage Realm expert has arrived. Bailey Yenwu's expression changed drastically. If he didn't have any regrets before, he was now filled with regret. He never thought that his life would be ended by Lin Ling. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have stood up for Fairy Lu. How about giving me a chance? Even if you kill me, you won't be able to leave Dragon Tooth City. Why don't you spare my life and I'll guarantee that you can leave this city. I know you're going to the Spirit Province, but Dragon Tooth City is the only way to get there. Bailey Yenwu looked at Lin Ling eagerly. Don't talk about how powerful your Bailey family is. If we head to the Spirit Province, no one can stop us. If Dragon Tooth City overestimates itself, then we'll annihilate your Bailey family. You may not believe me, but I've already formed an alliance with the Uzumaki clan outside the city and some other clans in the ancient forest. I think these opponents should be a headache for you. Lin Ling sneered. Impossible. Bailey Yenwu's expression changed again. The Uzumaki clan that Lin Ling mentioned was their Bailey family's greatest enemy. He never thought that Lin Ling would have such great rallying power. You have no way out. When you chased us in the past, you already had half a foot in the underworld. Once you're there, you can tell the underworld god that I, Lin Ling, killed you. Lin Ling raised the sword in his hand. Huh, you think you can kill me? I just rarely make a move. Do you think I'm weak? Bailey Yenwu saw Lin Ling's decisive killing intent and threw caution to the wind. He was a shrewd person. Outsiders might think that he wasn't strong, but in reality, he possessed the desolate body. Let me show you my talent. Bailey Yenwu roared, and the talent hidden within his body was unleashed. The cry of a crane rang out. Then, tens of thousands of stars shone brightly, and the light of treasures soared into the sky. The entire Dragon Tooth City sensed it. Exquisite stars, pure crane. According to legends, this was the body of the divine crane. After the desolate body appeared, the pressure on Sakura increased greatly. It was as if he was facing an endless void and he was like a small boat in the sea. This was because his cultivation realm was the same as Bailey Yenwu's. However, Bailey Yenwu's talent was at the desolate body grade. Therefore, he felt such pressure. Unless his cultivation level was higher than Bailey Yenwu's, the pressure would never disappear. Desolate body? Is this your confidence? Lin Ling's eyes flickered slightly. He did not expect that Bailey Yenwu was hiding a trump card. Huh, are you scared now? Do you think you can still kill me? Let me tell you, even though you're stronger than me, you'll have to put in a lot of effort to kill me. At that time, my father also came. Bailey Yanwu was in high spirits, extremely proud of himself. It's too early for you to celebrate. However, he did not know that the existence of the desolate body was nothing to Lin Ling. Unless his desolate body exceeded Lin Ling's by a lot. But from the looks of it, Bailey Yanwu's desolate body was weaker than Lin Ling's. Watch me cripple you. Lin Ling stroked the vines on his left arm. Shao Kunlun immediately grew and turned into a black plant. It sealed the entire arena, turning it into an ancient forest. Pa! Pa! Vines lashed out at Bailey Yanwu, causing his expression to change drastically. What sort of means was Lin Ling using? Controlling plants? Furthermore, this plant was too terrifying. It was as though it could drown the entire Dragon Tooth City. However, what truly terrified him was what happened next. Every time the vines lashed out at him, his body would tremble. The talent he was so proud of felt like it was about to leave his body. No! Bailey Yanwu cried out in pain. This was because his talent was obtained by his father in exchange for the Spirit State's illustrious sect. It was also his capital to head to the Spirit State's illustrious sect. However, this capital, this pride, was gradually disappearing. Pa! As the last sound of vines rang out, a divine crane with a dazzling body floated in front of Bailey Yanwu. Bailey Yanwu's pupils constricted. His talent had been extracted? His heart rumbled. Lin Ling was truly omnipotent. Now, you can still laugh? I've said it before, we're people you can't afford to offend. Lin Ling looked at Bailey Yanwu mockingly, then said to Sakura, Big brother, collect his talent, then cripple him. Roger that. Sakura was already itching to make a move. During this period of time, he had been hunted down so miserably. Now, he was going to return the favor tenfold. Bailey Yanwu, have you ever thought that this day would come? Sakura arrived in front of Bailey Yanwu, and first, he ruthlessly lashed out with his palm. Pa! 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 Bailey Yanwu's head was like a rattle drum, swaying left and right. He kept vomiting blood, and finally, he was completely knocked out. Before he fainted, his only thought was that he had indeed provoked someone he couldn't afford to provoke. These two brothers were like two ferocious dragons. Even the local tyrant couldn't stop their rise. Stop! But right when Sakura was about to annihilate Bailey Yanwu, a furious roar suddenly resounded out in the sky, and then a man that was tall and sturdy like Vajra appeared. This man was around 40 years old, had a square face, and his face was covered in a dense beard, and he gave others an imposing feeling. Shockingly, he was Bailey Yixiong, the overlord of Dragon Tooth City, and Bailey Yanwu's father. Moreover, his cultivation was at the half-saint realm. Let him go, and I'll let you leave Dragon Tooth City. After Bailey Yixiong appeared, his eyes were slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that two of the three juniors he had hunted down a year ago were still alive and had even caused a huge commotion in his territory. Who exactly are these two people? Why are they so mysterious? Hand over 50 million monarch crystals, and I'll hand him over to you. Lin Ling's expression was slightly solemn as he raised his head to look at Shao Xiong in the sky. The half-saint realm wasn't something he could go against right now. That person in the sky should have grasped the power of cultivation, and his fiend god physique was slightly unable to resist such divine power. 50 million monarch crystals. Do you know who you're talking to? Hearing that, Bailey Yixiong's face was filled with anger. Those two were trapped in Dragon Tooth City, yet they were still so arrogant. 80 million. Lin Ling smiled. His aura wasn't weak at all as he spoke indifferently. You. Billowing killing intent appeared in Bailey Yixiong's eyes. He was someone who had fought in the 9 provinces. However, he was tired of that kind of life, so he hid in Dragon Tooth City. However, when had he ever been threatened by a martial immortal realm weakling? 90 million. Lin Ling spoke again, fearless and fearless. Fine, I agree. Bailey Yixiong's heart trembled. He knew that the young man was also a ruthless person. However, he sneered, I can give you the monarch crystals, but I hope you'll be alive to enjoy them. After saying that, he glanced at the ring in his hand. After checking it, he threw it at Lin Ling. Chapter 30:10. I'll return you a corpse. His action seemed to be unintentional, but in Bailey Yixiong's eyes, it made his heart grow heavier. He hadn't expected that this delicate and pretty fellow in front of him was not only arrogant, but also very meticulous. In the world of the 9 prefectures, people like this young man were the most difficult to deal with. He was rough but meticulous, and had extraordinary courage. If he didn't die, he would definitely be born. I've already given you the imperial crystals. Can you give him to me now? Bailey Yixiong said again, you don't think about going back on your words because the entire city has been sealed off. If you don't hand over the person, you won't be able to leave this place. This was also the reason why he had paid the money. He felt that Lin Ling and Lu Li would not be able to leave Dragon Tooth City. After an hour, head east and you'll be able to see your precious son. Of course, you can also follow us secretly, but I can't guarantee what I'll do. Lin Ling raised his head and said to Bailey Yixiong. What a cunning brat. Alright, I promise you. Bailey Yixiong attached even more importance to Lin Ling. The way this youth handled matters was simply watertight. Big brother, take Bailey Yanwu away from here. Lin Ling smiled and said calmly. The two of them then left the arena. Outside the arena, a large number of experts had already gathered. Every one of them was as shocked as celestial beings. They never thought that there would be 2 ferocious people who dared to cause a huge commotion in Dragon Tooth City. Is it the 2 of them? He's so young. TSK, he dares to fight an old monster of the half-saint realm at such a young age. His accomplishments will be extraordinary in the future. That's right. People like us don't even dare to speak when we encounter a half-saint. What's the point? They can't leave Dragon Tooth City. The passers-by discussed animatedly. Some admired him, while others sneered. Die. Of course, there were also people who wanted to seize the opportunity to snatch young Master Bailey away. However, they were all killed by Lin Ling with a single slash. Let them go. We'll look for them in an hour. Moreover, Bailey Yixiong didn't want to stop Lin Ling and Bai Yunfei. Right now, his goal was to get his son back. However, the killing intent in Bailey Yixiong's eyes intensified as he watched Lin Ling and Huang Xiaolong disappear into the distance. That blue-robed young man is a peerless genius, we can't let him leave Dragon Tooth City alive, or else it will be a disaster for us. My lord, the Dragon Tooth City is sealed by Lord Lu's barrier. As long as they let young master go, they won't be able to escape. Someone immediately replied respectfully. Good, well done. Although they're definitely going to die, their courage is really extraordinary. It's said that a strong dragon can't defeat a local snake, but they've still stirred up a storm in Dragon Tooth City. Hearing that, Bailey Yixiong nodded and sneered. At this moment, it was getting closer and closer to the 1-hour limit. Lin Ling and Bai Yunfei quickly passed through the city. However, the Dragon Tooth City was vast and boundless. With their speed, they still hadn't reached the city walls in an hour. Second brother, the city has been sealed. We can't leave at all. Di Shi Tian looked at the sky in the distance and said with some worry. Big brother, I can just break the barrier of this city, so there's no need to worry about escaping. On the contrary, the Bailey clan and Lu clan have provoked us, so I plan to uproot them. Lin Ling smiled and calmly looked at Di Shi Tian, which made the latter gasp. His second brother had such a big appetite. Most importantly, the Lu clan is my mortal enemy. I'll definitely destroy them. Lin Ling said again, but when he said the last sentence, his voice was ice cold, as if he had a blood feud with someone. Is it Li Xiaoyao? Di Shi Tian immediately guessed something. Lin Ling nodded. Okay, Big Brother will accompany you, but what about this thing? Di Shi Tian and Lin Ling were friends from the Rainforest Holy Land, so he naturally wouldn't hesitate. However, he helplessly looked at the unconscious Bailey Yanwu. Kill him. What? Kill him? Didn't we use him as a hostage? This guy can't be a hostage. What's more, we don't have any grudges with the Bailey clan. It's all because of this guy. He actually dared to do such a thing. What's the point of keeping him alive? In fact, I've been waiting for you to say this. After the two looked at each other, Di Shi Tian directly killed Bailey Yanwu and threw him on the street, leaving a line of words, "We have handed him over to you." Previously, Lin Ling said that he would hand over the person, but he didn't say whether he would hand over a dead person or a living person. Since he didn't say this, then Lin Ling must have handed over a dead person. After throwing Bailey Yanwu on the street, the two quickly disappeared. Bailey Yanwu's body was lying on the street. At first, it wasn't discovered, but gradually, more and more people gathered around. Everyone was panicking. It's over, young Master Bailey is dead. Yeah, look at how ugly his death is. Lord Bailey will definitely be furious. He's most afraid of implicating us. This young Master Bailey also provoked the wrong person. He thought that he could do whatever he wanted because he was Bailey Yanwu. However, he didn't know that when others went all out, they would still dare to kill him. All kinds of voices were constantly heard in the streets and alleys. Not long after, Bailey Yixiong arrived. Looking at his dead son, he was stunned. Find them, we must find them, even if we have to scour the ground. After a moment, Bailey Yixiong's roar spread throughout the city. Obviously, he didn't expect that Lin Ling's so-called hostage was actually just a corpse. This dragon is too fierce, isn't he afraid of incurring the wrath of the heavens? Mobilize all the warriors in the city, search them. Dragon Tooth City was sealed off, so people weren't afraid that Lin Ling and Bailey Yanwu would escape. As long as they spent some time, they would definitely be able to find Lin Ling and Bailey Yanwu. Even the Lu family received the news. Even Lu Xingyun was surprised by the courage of Lin Ling and Bailey Yanwu. They wouldn't stop until they were dead. Lord, do we need to help with this matter? Someone asked Lu Xingyun. Of course we need to help. Those two cockroaches humiliated the young lady, this hatred must be avenged. Lu Xingyun also ordered the experts of the Lu family to search Lin Ling and Bailey Yanwu. In Lu Xingyun's view, even if Lin Ling and Bailey Yanwu were a dragon, they were still lying in Dragon Tooth City at this moment. Dragon Tooth City, a lawless area, was like a devil city, a place abandoned by the gods. At this moment, huge waves were stirred up in the city. However, when people thought that Lin Ling and Bailey Yanwu would definitely be found, someone saw a hole in the city wall. There was a huge black hole in the sky, as if it led to the universal void. This discovery made Lu Xingyun's expression change greatly. He knew that the two had forcibly broken his formation and rushed out of Dragon Tooth City. What? Isn't this city's formation something that can only be broken by a half-step Saint Realm expert? When Bailey Yixiong heard the news, his face was filled with rage. Could it be that his son had died in vain? Moreover, killing his son, stirring up a storm in Dragon Tooth City, and then safely leaving Dragon Tooth City. If this matter spread out, he, Bailey Yixiong, would no longer have any face to speak of. However, Lu Xingyun guessed that Lin Ling and Bailey Yanwu were hiding powerful treasures on their bodies. They could launch a terrifying attack to break out of the formation, and this kind of treasure could only be used once. Chapter 30:11. Attack the Lu family. Fortunately, the ancient forest was also their territory. Although it was not as convenient as the Dragon Tooth City, capturing Lin Ling and the other person alive was only a matter of time. Therefore, it didn't take long for the experts of the two great forces to swarm out and enter the ancient forest. They must capture Lin Ling and Yi Shiwen alive in the ancient forest. However, at this moment, no one saw that in a restaurant in Dragon Tooth City, two people wearing large cloaks were calmly drinking wine. Shockingly, they were Lin Ling and Yi Shiwen. They didn't leave the city at all. Fairy Lu, she was the one who brought this vengeance. Furthermore, she is also a member of the Heavenly Court. Therefore, she must die. Lin Ling took a sip of wine, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Everyone thought that they had left the city, so they were looking for them outside the city. At this time, the Lu family didn't have many masters, so it was a good time to rob them. As long as he obtained more cultivation resources, then Lin Ling wouldn't have to fear the half-sage realm. The experience of leaving Qingzhou is indeed exciting. Di Shi Tian also drank a mouthful of wine, but there was a hint of arrogance in his eyes. A mighty dragon is no match for a local snake. They were ferocious dragons now. Lin Ling calmly drank his wine in the restaurant. For the time being, he didn't act rashly. After all, this wasn't Qingzhou, and the experts he faced were like gods. It was always right to be cautious. Finally, through the conversations of the people around him, Lin Ling confirmed that the head of the Lu family, Lu Shengyun, had left. As a result, the two figures slowly left the restaurant amidst the enthusiastic chatter of the crowd. Even the half-saints of the Lu clan are on the move this time. Those two cockroaches won't be able to escape. Isn't that so? But I have to say, those two cockroaches are really bold. They even dared to provoke a saint. I'm impressed by their courage alone. It's admirable, but it's a pity that they still have to die. I estimate that the two cockroaches will be caught by dawn. The martial artists who did not know what was going on were talking amongst themselves. They had no idea that the two cockroaches they had been looking for had been drinking with them. If they knew about this, they would probably be even more shocked. Because they clearly had a way out, but they chose to stay in the tiger's den. This kind of action was simply beyond the imagination of humans. As for the Lu family, they were a huge force in Dragon Tooth City and also a branch of the Heavenly Court. The reason they were here was to recruit experts into the Heavenly Court. Therefore, with just the 4 words Heavenly Court branch, not to mention the nearby area, even in the 9 regions, there were not many people who dared to confront the Heavenly Court. Unless it was one of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. Night came quietly. 2 figures approached the Lu family in the bustling streets. Their footsteps were silent, as if 2 death gods had returned from the underworld and were going to collect debts. The Lu family was grand and magnificent. Its entire body was made of white jade and gold stones. The gentle jade light had a little bit of golden light, which was very dazzling under the night sky. At the entrance of the Lu family, there was a tall statue. Everyone who passed by looked at the statue with worship in their eyes. Because that was the legendary deity, martial god Qilin. The title of martial god represented everything. He was also one of the recognized experts in the post-deity era. Martial god Qilin. At this moment, Lin Ling stopped and looked at the familiar yet strange statue. How many years had it been since he saw Tian Yanlin again? In the past, Tian Yanlin was just an ordinary person in a small valley. Later, he followed Li Xiaoyao and was guided by Li Xiaoyao. Today, he had become a famous figure in the 9 regions. Second brother. Seeing Lin Ling standing there in a daze, Sakura couldn't help but frown. This is your enemy. Lin Ling nodded. His gaze fell on the ancient sword in the hand of the statue. His eyes became colder. The true inheritance of the dark sword. That sword was Li Xiaoyao's sword. After Tian Yanlin framed Li Xiaoyao, he seized the sword and made it his own combat sword. So cold. Sakura stood beside Lin Ling. he felt a cold murderous intent. This was the first time he saw Lin Ling emit such a strong murderous intent. Of course, this murderous intent disappeared quickly. Sakura let out a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Lin Ling would be impulsive and destroy the statue. This would alert the enemy. At that time, it would be even more difficult for them to find Fairy Lu. Let's go in. Under the night sky, Lin Ling smiled calmly. After saying that, he strode toward the entrance. Who are you two? There were experts on guard at the entrance. In fact, they had already seen Lin Ling and Sakura. However, they thought that Lin Ling was worshipping the statue of martial god Qilin, so they didn't stop him. What do you think? Lin Ling didn't stop walking. How dare you? The guards were stunned. They had asked for the identity of the two visitors, but the other party had asked them back. Wasn't this courting death? You guys can't afford to offend them. Sakura followed closely behind Lin Ling. He licked the corner of his mouth and revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Catch them. Phew. The guards finally shouted angrily. Whoosh. At this moment, a fist broke through the air as if the dragon god was roaring. The speed of this fist was incomparably fast. It didn't seem to have a lot of momentum, but it was mixed with unparalleled power. Moreover, the terrifying thing was that when the fist landed on the body of the guard in front, a wave of power actually passed through his body and spread to the rest of the guards, causing them to be frozen in place. It was as if they had turned into statues. Looking carefully, their eyes had already lost their luster. It was obvious that they were killed by a single punch. You guys, what's wrong? Phew. Only one person was still alive. At this moment, he said in panic. They're already dead. Phew. After Lin Ling made his move, it was naturally Sakura's turn. His big hand grabbed out, and when the last person was about to shout, he forcefully broke his neck. The two of them then stepped into the Lu family. Outside the door, other than the guard whose neck was broken and thrown to the corner, the others were still standing in the same place as if they were still on guard. But in fact, they were all dead. The people on the way here didn't notice this unforeseen event. Instead, they felt that the Lu family's guard was really strict. The Lu family was very big. It was brightly lit and was extremely lively. In a loud and bright hall, Fairy Lu sat on the main seat, looking down at the people in front of her like a queen. The people in front of her were all handsome men and women. They were all around 16 years old. Not only were their figures tall and straight, even their appearances were first class. Damn it, those two cockroaches escaped. Number 36, come here. I want to give you 300 whips. Fairy Lu wasn't as elegant as the rumors said. At this moment, she was like a fierce queen. Hearing her words, all the handsome men and women trembled subconsciously and looked at number 36 with sympathy. They were all Fairy Lu's slaves. To put it bluntly, they were also playthings. Chapter 30:12. Kill Fairy Lu. Smack. The sound of an electric whip rang out. Number 36 was a young man. At this moment, his entire body was trembling as blue electric snakes wreaked havoc all over his body. However, he gritted his teeth because he knew that if he made the slightest sound, he would be beaten to death and thrown into the well to feed the dogs. He had seen such things many times before. Damned cockroaches. Fairy Lu's ugly face was ferocious at this moment. She kept swinging her electric whip as if venting her anger. Originally, the people who were going to be whipped alive today were the two cockroaches. However, who knew that the cockroaches were lucky enough to escape again? Ah! Finally, the young man could not bear the pain and let out a weak cry. At this moment, the hall was silent. Everyone looked at him with sympathy. The young man's expression changed drastically. He kept kowtowing and said, "Fairy Lu, spare me, spare me. You seem to have forgotten the rules. Fairy Lu's expression became even more ferocious. You must have been gloating before. No, definitely not. The young man panicked even more. Unfortunately, what greeted him was a palm that landed on the top of his head. Blood flowed out of his head and he died completely. Drag him out and feed him to the dogs. Fairy Lu said mercilessly. Yes, Fairy Lu. Someone walked out trembling and dragged the dead young man to a corner outside the hall. There was a well there. The roars of ferocious beasts could be heard from it. They threw the body into the well. There was a three-headed flaming hound inside. It was Fairy Lu's pet that ate human flesh. I'm in a bad mood, very bad mood. If you can't make me happy, I'll beat you to death and feed you to the dogs. At this moment, Fairy Lu sat back down and put on a veil to cover her ugly face. Just by looking at her delicate body, she was indeed a first-class beauty. Unfortunately, all the handsome men and women had experienced Fairy Lu's viciousness. Therefore, in their eyes, Fairy Lu was like a scorpion. Fairy Lu, you can make flowers lose their color and wither. You are the #1 beauty in the 9 states. Someone immediately flattered. Although he wanted to vomit, he had no choice but to suck up to her at this moment. Ordinary people wouldn't care about such vulgar flattery, but Fairy Lu enjoyed it very much. Therefore, she gradually smiled. Seeing this, everyone knew that Fairy Lu's mood had improved, so they all started to flatter her. When it rains, your nose will be filled with water. When it rains, your face will be filled with pimples that are more dazzling than the stars in the night sky. When you stand on the street at night, you will be a star. And that huge mouth of yours, are you trying to compete with a toad? The most important thing is your yellow teeth. This is what puzzles me the most. Could it be that you grew up eating shit? That's why your teeth are so yellow. At this moment, a sarcastic voice rang out in the hall, causing the hall to fall silent. Many people almost snickered because those words were too apartment. However, when they came to their senses, their expressions changed drastically. Someone actually dared to mock Fairy Lu for being ugly? Who is it? As expected, Fairy Lu, who had been slightly happy before, was now completely enraged. The veil was pulled off, revealing a face that would cause one to be unable to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Blurg. At this moment, 2 men wearing large cloaks walked into the hall. One of them started to vomit in an extremely exaggerated manner. Madam, I give in to you. Can you put on your veil? Your appearance really makes me want to vomit. That person waved his hand even more exaggeratedly. You. Fairy Lu didn't expect that these 2 people would not only call her ugly, but also vomit in front of her. This was worse than killing her. In her anger, she didn't have time to think about who these 2 people were and immediately pounced on them. The people in the hall were shocked. Who were these 2 people? They were crazy. Bang! Fairy Lu's attack could be said to be vicious and merciless. However, the person she was facing was not weak. He easily grabbed her arm and she couldn't resist at all. You're courting death. My father will definitely kill you. You better kneel down and beg for mercy. Say, I'm beautiful, 100 times, 1,000 times. Otherwise, I'll feed you to the dogs. Fairy Lu still didn't know that a great disaster was about to befall her when her arm was grabbed. She ferociously roared. The 2 cloaked men looked at each other. One of them helplessly shook his head and said, "All right, I admit that I was wrong before." When these words were said, everyone thought that the 2 cloaked men regretted it. Fairy Lu raised her chin, waiting to hear the cloaked man's flattery. In fact, after looking at you up close, your ugliness is beyond the horizon. Didn't you wash your face in the morning? Those eyes that are as big as mung beans even have eye boogers. Madam, please don't rape my eyes. It's not your fault that you're ugly, but it's your fault that you came out to scare people. The other cloaked man said exaggeratedly at this moment. If that was the case, it would only make things worse. Blurg. Fairy Lu was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. When had she ever been mocked like this? She immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the cloaked man in front of her immediately dodged, as if he was disgusted. Even your blood stinks. Blurg. Fairy Lu spat out another mouthful of blood. She had completely lost her mind. I'm going to kill you. No matter who you are, you're going to die. She went crazy and pounced at the two cloaked men, causing the handsome men and women in the hall to change their expressions greatly. In the past, there were people who mocked Fairy Lu for her ugliness, but it wasn't as exaggerated as these two today. However, in the end, that person's entire family was wiped out, and even 9 generations were implicated. Now, these two people were doing whatever they wanted. It felt good, but in the end, they couldn't escape death. Whoosh! The two cloaked men didn't block Fairy Lu's attack. Powerful realm essence blew away the brims of their hats. What was surprising was that the two people who came were very young. One was handsome and otherworldly, while the other was handsome and masculine. Just when everyone thought that these two people were dead, Fairy Lu was stunned. She stared at the two in disbelief. Everyone could even see that Fairy Lu's body was trembling. It's you. Fairy Lu looked as if she had seen a demon, and she quietly retreated. This was because she recognized them. Weren't these two people one of the 3 young men from a year ago? Why did they come to the Lu family? At this moment, no matter how stupid Fairy Lu was, she knew why these two people were here. What do you want to do? Fairy Lu no longer had the arrogance from before, and her voice was trembling. This shocked everyone. Since they knew Fairy Lu, this was the first time they had seen Fairy Lu reveal such an expression. Kill you. The two cloaked men looked at each other and spat out coldly at the same time. No, my father is nearby. Fairy Lu kept retreating. She was very, very afraid. So what? Chapter 30:13. Bronze Chamber. I was wrong, please spare my life. Fairy Lu knew that her father was not here, and no one could save her. She quickly knelt down. I am indeed very ugly, but that is because my father mated with a dragon ape and gave birth to me. I should not have sent people to kill you. I was wrong, please spare me. Her voice floated out, and everyone was dumbfounded. Fairy Lu was actually the offspring of a human and a beast. Even Lin Ling's eyes focused. No wonder she was so ugly. However, this Fairy Lu's father was really desperate. He would not even let off an ape. You asked us to spare your life, but if your father was here today, I don't know if you would spare our lives. Shaking his head, Lin Ling walked forward. In the past, Fairy Lu wanted to kill him, but because of Bailey Yanwu, he spared her life. However, who knew that this ugly woman would be so vicious and send people to kill them? Did she think that he, Lin Ling, was easy to bully? Yes, I definitely will. You have to believe me. Fairy Lu raised her head, her ugly face full of sincerity. She also did not expect that the cockroach of the past would be able to threaten her life today. Everything was like a dream. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled and shook his head again. Unfortunately, I don't believe you. Of course, the most important thing is that you are too ugly. Staying in the world to harm people is better than dying. After saying this, Lin Ling decisively sent out a palm strike. The ferocious realm energy shook Fairy Lu to death. Dead, dead, dead. Seeing the fallen Fairy Lu, the surrounding people all fell silent. They were both excited and afraid. They were excited because this demoness was finally dead, and there was no need to torture them anymore. They were afraid that once the demoness died, the head of the Lu family would definitely be furious. You all should leave. Leave Dragon Tooth City immediately. Go. Lin Ling seemed to know that these people were innocent. He turned around and smiled at the youths. "Benefactor, you want us to leave? Go." Hearing this, the eyes of the handsome men and women all became moist. No one knew how they had lived all these years. "Hurry up and leave. If the head of the Lu family returns, with his temper, I'm afraid you all will be buried with him," Lin Ling said again. Everyone nodded gratefully. Some of them looked at Lin Ling and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, one of them said, "Benefactor, this evil woman loves to kill people. After killing people, she feeds them to her dogs. I want to throw her to the dogs because my brother died in her hands." When they said this, the youth's eyes were filled with coldness. "Fine, I'll feed the dogs then. It's best to leave some words in the hall. At least let the Lu clan master know where his daughter died." Lin Ling immediately nodded. "Thank you, benefactor." Those youths all rushed towards Fairy Lu, then spat at her, stepped on her corpse, grabbed her hair, and rushed out of the hall. It was obvious that they had suffered a lot over the years, which was why they hated Fairy Lu so much. "Benefactor, you should leave quickly too." A naked girl looked at Lin Ling and said. Her delicate body was extremely attractive, but Fairy Lu didn't let them wear clothes, so she was used to it. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head. He took off his cloak and covered the girl's body. The girl's face instantly turned red. "There should be a lot of treasures in this Lu residence, so I don't want to leave yet." Lin Ling looked at the girl with a smile. She didn't know why, but those clear eyes and delicate face made the girl's heart beat wildly. Her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. "If we're talking about treasures, I remember Miss said it's in the East Wing." "Oh, then thank you." Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. With a direction, he could save a lot of time searching for treasures. Then, he also took out some heavenly treasures and gave them to the girl. Then, he took Sakura and went to the East Wing. "Xiao Xiang, why aren't you leaving?" At this moment, the girl was wearing Lin Ling's cloak. She was still in a daze as she recalled the smell of the cloak. "Don't look. His world isn't something we can enter. We just need to remember this kind of genius in our hearts." The girl next to her guessed something. "I know, but I really want to know his name." The eyes of the young girl in the large cloak were filled with hope. To her, being able to know the name of her benefactor was a great blessing. "Let's go." However, she knew that this was just wishful thinking, so she put on the cloak and left the hall. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know what the girl was thinking. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care because he was going to be hunted down by a half-saint. Therefore, even if he wanted to take the girl with him, he would implicate her. Moreover, he didn't plan to keep her. "Who is it?" Along the way to the East Wing, they met more and more strong people. "I'm Lin Ling, the person your master is looking for." Billowing flames appeared on the surface of Lin Ling's body. He was like a star in the night. "What? Didn't you leave the city?" Without any suspense, everyone was shocked. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. An old man reacted, "We've been fooled, our master has been fooled." When ordinary people encountered the pursuit of a half-saint expert, their first choice would be to leave the half-saint expert. Therefore, they thought Lin Ling's first choice would be to escape into the ancient forest. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would go the opposite way, causing everyone to be fooled? "I can only say that your master is too stupid." Lin Ling sneered. He took a step and the world-devouring beast and the dragon god's bone burst out. He punched those strong people. Boom! 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 Once he attacked, no one could stop him unless they were at the peak of the martial immortal realm. Sakura laughed loudly. He also attacked. He turned into a skeleton and pierced through the night. A halberd appeared in his hand. He waved it and took a life. At this moment, no one in the entire Lu family could stop Lin Ling and Sakura. In the end, the ground of the Lu family was dyed red with blood. Lin Ling and Sakura strode forward. Not long after, they arrived at the east wing. It was a sealed secret room made of bronze. There were runes flashing on the surface. Obviously, it was a profound barrier. You two are really bold. I, the Reverend King, have cultivated for 13,000 years. This is the first time I've seen the younger generation provoking a half-saint like you. However, in front of the bronze secret room, an old man sat cross-legged. There were a lot of chains on his body, so he couldn't leave the secret room 10 meters away. The Reverend King was a strong person in Jianghu. After he was defeated by Lu Xingyun, he promised to guard the secret room for the rest of his life. In exchange, Lu Xingyun spared his family. This was an expert at the peak of the martial immortal realm. Senior, are you really going to stop us? Lin Ling could see that the Reverend King was not hostile to them. However, he didn't allow them to enter the bronze secret room. He was the guardian of the treasure. My two little friends, your talents are good. In the future, you will definitely be outstanding. Why do you want to challenge the half-saint realm when your cultivation is not high? I advise you to leave immediately. If Lu Xingyun returns, I'm afraid you will stay here forever. Lu Xingyun is the disciple of the Heavenly Court's martial god. His strength should not be underestimated. Chapter 30:14. The Guardian of the Treasure at the Peak of the Martial Immortal Realm. Thank you for reminding me. May I ask, after defeating you, can we enter the secret room? Lin Ling smiled and said lightly. After defeating me, you have the qualification to enter, but it does not mean that you can enter. Moreover, there is not much time left for you because before dawn, Lu Xingyun will be back. Thank you, Senior. Before dawn, this time is enough. Lin Ling and Di Tian looked at each other, their eyes full of fighting spirit. Peak of the martial immortal realm, this was their first battle. Rumble. Di Tian took the lead to attack. The halberd in his hand was mixed with the power of the universe and attacked the old man. Heavenly sharp 5 elements chain. The old man was surprised, but he soon calmed down. He waved his right hand, and the chain under him moved like a snake and collided with Di Tian's halberd. Ka ka ka. The chain seemed soft, but it was mixed with the power of the universe and blocked Di Tian's halberd. Rank power. Di Tian's face suddenly changed, but the more he fought, the fiercer he became. He waved his halberd, and the aura of the underworld was extremely strong. Little friend, your talent is very good, but unfortunately, your realm is too low. In the past, I was also an emperor-level genius in the 9 regions, but I lost to other geniuses and declined. Today, I will teach you a lesson. Maybe you are very extraordinary in your hometown, but there are many geniuses in the 9 regions, descendants of gods, the bloodlines of the 100 regions, and the 10 ferocious of the 9 regions. These rising stars with powerful origins have advantages beyond your imagination. The old man waved the chain again, and it was impenetrable. Di Tian could not shake his opponent for a while, and he became more and more anxious, because dawn was getting closer and closer. Senior, I am also going to attack. Seeing this, Lin Ling's face became dignified. Let's attack together. I am at the peak of the martial immortal realm. It is not shameful for the two of you to join hands. The old man said with a smile. His tattered clothes gave off the feeling of an otherworldly expert. However, he was not hostile to Lin Ling and Lu Xingyun. On the contrary, he admired them because Lu Xingyun was also his enemy. Although Lu Xingyun promised to let his people go, he knew later that Lu Xingyun had gone back on his word and wiped out his family. At that time, he wanted to resist, but unfortunately, he was chained up. Now, he had been chained up for 8,000 years. Rumble. Lin Ling attacked again, and the realm-swallowing beast appeared. Desolate body. The old man's expression became serious. He waved the chain, and like a law of the universe, it slammed towards Lin Ling. 10% of rank power. The chain instantly appeared in front of Lin Ling and wrapped around his arm like a snake. He couldn't shake it off for a moment and felt a sharp pain in his arm. He knew that it was rank power. Only this kind of power could hurt his body. However, although his talent wasn't strong, his martial arts experience was not weak. Again. Lin Ling's battle intent became stronger. The dragon bone appeared, and the dragon god roared. What? Double talent? And it is also a desolate body. It is the dragon god. Boy, you are going to transform into a dragon. This time, the old man exclaimed. It was the first time he had seen a junior with two desolate body talents. After the dragon bone appeared, Lin Ling's strength increased greatly. He shook off the chain in his hand and threw a punch at the old man. Hee, I've been here for 8,000 years, and I've been trying to comprehend the rank of a martial art. How could my rank be weak? After the old man recovered from his shock, he smiled faintly. His body shook, and the chains that bound him buzzed. Under the vibration, the whole Dragon Tooth City shook. Upon closer inspection, the chains passed through his collarbone, meridians, and dantian. No wonder he was controlled by Lu Xingyun. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't. At this moment, the mysterious chains formed an 8 trigrams array and blocked Lin Ling's punch. At the same time, Sakra's halberd also arrived and attacked the 8 trigrams chain array. At this moment, the old man's face became serious. These two boys were as fierce as tigers. However, their realms were still a little weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stop these two today. 20% of rank power. With no intention of hiding his strength, the old man shouted and let the 8 trigrams chain array's light soar into the sky. The power of the universe completely merged with his talent. What was more frightening was that his true god martial spirit had reached the state of the 4th seal. It was incomparably powerful in all aspects. Comprehending a martial art rank in 8,000 years was not something an ordinary person could endure. Only a martial arts fanatic could. Because of the stubbornness of a martial arts fanatic, he could achieve greater results in martial arts. Second brother, there is not much time left. After attacking for a long time without success, Sakra became more and more anxious. I should use all my strength. Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. The fusion of the 4 dantians actually suppressed the 8 trigrams chain array and deformed it. What a troublesome guy. Yes. The more the old man fought, the more surprised he was. He knew that he had underestimated these two, especially the blue-robed junior. He was obviously not an ordinary person. Time is getting shorter. Yes. However, the old man still blocked Lin Ling and Lu Xinyan's attacks, so he reminded them again. Senior, you lost. Sigh. Seeing this, Lin Ling also looked at the sky and floated back. Previously, he only wanted to experience how strong 20% of the rank power was. Now, he had a preliminary understanding. Unfortunately, he also wanted to continue fighting, but time waited for no one. I lost? Brat, don't talk big. Sigh. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the old man couldn't help but laugh. I think you have reached your limit. You can't defeat me at all. However, you don't have to belittle yourself. With your strength, you can be considered one of the top geniuses in the Spirit Province. Sigh. I never talk big. Sigh. The corner of Lin Ling's mouth outlined a confident smile. His right hand finally touched the scabbard behind him. The scabbard was currently Lin Ling's strongest trump card. The reason why he didn't use it at the beginning was that he didn't want to rely too much on this heaven-defying existence. In the space, a wisp of demonic chi began to spread out. It was cold and sharp. Time seemed to be frozen. Sakra was stunned. He felt that he had lost contact with everything around him, as if the space had become gray. The old man's reaction was even more intense. A trace of uneasiness rose in his heart. My head, where is it? God. Suddenly, the voice of an ancient god sounded. An ancient figure appeared behind Lin Ling. His clothes fluttered in the wind, as if he was a demon god who had fought with the gods. What is this? God. The old man's expression changed greatly. Even someone as powerful as him was panicking. However, at this moment, sword light appeared, sparkling and resplendent. Chapter 30:15. The Dragon Monument. Rank power. The old man shouted in horror. Then, he laughed bitterly. He knew that he was dead for sure. That was because the sword gave him the feeling that it contained 20% of rank power, and it was even stronger than ordinary rank power. It was most likely a power passed down by a god. On top of that, the youth's fleshly body was powerful, his realm essence was rich, and his talent was heaven-defying. With all these factors added together, he knew that this sword strike could kill him. I have no regrets dying to this sword strike. I had originally thought that only a half-saint could kill me, but today, a junior at the 4th level of the martial immortal realm is capable of killing me as well. The younger generation surpasses the older generation, the younger generation surpasses the younger generation. The old man said with a smile before he died. Clang! With a slash of the sword, it severed the universe. All of the chains were cut off. However, just as the old man thought that he was going to die, the sword disappeared. When he came to his senses, he saw that the chains that had bound him for 8,000 years had all been severed by the sword. This unforeseen event left him dumbfounded. You are free. Lin Ling sheathed his sword and calmly walked over. I am free. The old man muttered to himself. The word freedom sounded simple, but to him, it was like an extravagant dream. He had never thought that he would be free one day. Most importantly, the people who saved him were actually two mysterious juniors. You also broke the supreme treasure. Then, the old man said word by word, his face full of fear. Don't block the way, time is running out. However, who would have thought that Lin Ling didn't mention that stunning sword strike? It was as if he didn't feel that it was something to be proud of. Instead, he said somewhat speechlessly. This made the old man smile bitterly and quickly stood up. However, perhaps because he hadn't stood up for a long time, he almost fell down. However, Sakura laughed and quickly helped the old man up. Although this senior had stopped them, he had repeatedly let them leave. This was also because he was worried about them. Moreover, this senior had also continuously taught them martial arts. This had left a good impression on Lin Ling and Li Qia. I am the Reverend King. Young friends, although I will not stop the two of you, there is a spirit formation seal on this room. Only a world spiritist can break through it. Furthermore, even a gold-cloaked world spiritist might not be able to break through it. The old man was grateful to Lin Ling for cutting off the chains that bound him. Because of this, he also tried to persuade him. However, as soon as his voice fell, a rumbling sound came from ahead. Those ancient symbols were scattering. How difficult is it? Now, it's done. At the same time, an indifferent voice floated in the air. Oh my God! The old man's eyes almost popped out. One had to know that he had seen Lu Xingyun set up this barrier with his own eyes. It had taken him 3 years to set it up, but the little brat in front of him had broken it in the blink of an eye. Wasn't it said that breaking a spirit formation was more difficult than setting one up? Moreover, Lu Xingyun's spirit formation was said to have come from the heavenly court. It was taught by martial god Qilin in the post-deity era. There were very few people in the world who could break it. This little brat had easily broken the spirit formation. This made the old man suspect that this spirit formation was fake. He could not help but stare at Lin Ling. He wanted to see what Lin Ling's expression would be. However, Lin Ling's expression was very calm. It was as if breaking the spirit formation was as simple as drinking water. Oh my God, where did these two little brats come from? The old man almost fainted from shock. However, Lin Ling had already strode into the secret room. Although the spirit formation outside the secret room was more difficult than ascending to the heavens for others, it was a pity that Lin Ling could break it with a wave of his hand. This was because this spirit formation was taught to martial god Qilin by Li Xiaoyao. Unfortunately, after martial god Qilin taught it to Lu Xingyun, the spirit formation had changed. If martial god Qilin was here, Lin Ling would have slapped him 3 times. This spirit formation was too bad. It was a disgrace to Li Xiaoyao. After entering the secret room, Lin Ling's eyes lit up when he saw the treasures in the room. There were a lot of imperial crystals. Moreover, there were many supreme weapons. Lin Ling even saw the jade talismans that he had obtained in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Of course, in addition to those jade talismans, there was also the Thunder Divine Grade Jade Talisman. It could erupt with the power of rank. It was extremely terrifying. However, it was a one-time use item. In fact, this kind of powerful jade talisman consumed a lot of materials. The real powerhouses disdained to use it. Generally, it was used by the weak or by the sons of the ancient families to save their lives. Brother, collect all the jade talismans. Lin Ling said quickly. He found that there were more than 20 jade talismans. He thought that Lu Xingyun was reluctant to use them, so he kept them here. However, all of them benefited Lin Ling. Second brother, I like this shield. After collecting the jade talismans, Sakura immediately picked up a white bone shield. This shield was extraordinary and emitted a divine light. 2nd grade supreme weapon. It seems to be made from the bones of divine beasts. Lin Ling could not help but admire Sakura's foresight. Outside the secret room, the reverend king was dumbfounded as he looked at Lin Ling and Lu Xingyun. He suddenly felt sympathy for Lu Xingyun. He knew that Lu Xingyun would touch these treasures every day. He was reluctant to use them and kept them as part of his collection. However, all of them were now benefiting these 2 brats. Second brother, what kind of flower is this? It's so beautiful. There are 7 different colored flowers on a single stalk of grass. This is a rare great omen flower. Legend has it that it can bring good luck to people. Another function is to accelerate the breakthrough of the divine physique and reach the desolate physique. Brother, pluck it and eat all of these flowers. Okay. Sakura laughed excitedly. 2 little ancestors, you can't pluck all of these flowers. Otherwise, they will wither. We have to leave one behind. The reverend king felt an inexplicable heartache. It's fine. This flower loves the soil very much. After it grows here, it won't be able to grow in other places. It will wither sooner or later. Since we can't take it away, let's just pluck it. Lin Ling shook his head indifferently. The reverend king's eyes twitched. These 2 bandits. He could imagine that when Lu Xingyun returned and saw this scene, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. This is a stone tablet. It's the dragon tablet. Lin Ling continued to collect treasures. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. There was a broken stone tablet lying in the corner. His face was filled with joy. Lu Xingyun obtained this stone tablet in the ruins of the gods. He never saw its use. How do you know it's the dragon tablet? The reverend king exclaimed. What kind of foresight does Lu Xingyun have? How can he compare with me? Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed disdainfully. From a certain point of view, Lu Xingyun was just his grand disciple. The most precious thing in this secret chamber is this stone tablet. It's one of the 8 tablets of the dragon clan. It's a pity that it's broken. Lin Ling walked forward and activated his 10,000 mammoths' demonic eyes. He examined the stone tablet, and his expression became more and more interesting. Calamity-destroying bow, a divine ability of the dragon clan. Chi. The reverend king sucked in a breath of cold air. The dragon race was one of the most mysterious races in the primordial chaos. All of the dragon gods gathered there were dragon gods, and their divine abilities were priceless treasures. Young friend, you have the aura of a dragon god. I'm afraid you can also cultivate this divine ability. Chapter 30:16. Lu Xingyun had returned. However, Lin Ling didn't need him to say anything. His 10,000 mammoths' devil eyes were fixed on the stone steel as he divined. Because the stone tablet was damaged, it would take some time for Lin Ling to deduce its contents. Moreover, the ancient symbols on the surface of the stone tablet seemed to be motionless, but they were mixed with a mysterious melody, making it difficult for anyone to remember them with a single glance. Lin Ling's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. The 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes had always been heaven-defying, but now it was being challenged. Most importantly, he didn't have much time left. Young friend, the sky is starting to brighten. The reverend king's expression grew increasingly grave. Sakura had already collected all the treasures and was now waiting for Lin Ling. Wait a little longer. Why don't you leave first, Reverend King? After all, you're free now. Hehe, my family has been destroyed by Lu Xingyun, and I've been trapped for 8,000 years. I don't know where to go now, so I'll help you if I can. Thank you, Reverend King. That won't be necessary. On the other hand, your friend needs to speed up. The two of them were burning with anxiety. If Lu Xingyun, a half-saint, returned, it would be a tough battle. With their current strength, they could not stop Lu Xingyun. The purple light is here. I think Lu Xingyun has returned to the city. After an unknown period of time, the Reverend King finally left the secret chamber and looked into the distance. Come on. At the same time, a voice rang out from behind him. Lin Ling walked out of the private chamber, looking a bit tired. He smiled. The Reverend King couldn't help but be delighted. You succeeded? Let's get out of here. Lin Ling decided not to mention the stone tablet for the time being. Then, he left the mansion without stopping. The mansion was silent and filled with the smell of blood. When the three of them walked out of the mansion, they were greeted by a large number of strong warriors. The leader was majestic and had an extraordinary momentum. He was Lu Xingyun. They had spent the entire night searching for Lin Ling and his companion, but unfortunately, their search was fruitless. Now, they had returned to rest temporarily. Lin Ling and the other two swaggered past Lu Xingyun, which made Lu Xingyun frown slightly. The three people who walked past him gave him a very strange feeling. However, among the three people, two were wearing large cloaks, and one was wearing a blue and white robe. He couldn't remember who they were. In the end, because he missed his daughter, he quickened his pace and returned to the Lu family. Hehe, that must be Lu Xingyun. When he comes home, I wonder if he will be surprised by the gift we gave him. Within the bustling crowd, Lin Ling and the other two had already blended in quickly. Sakura turned around to take a look and couldn't help but laugh mischievously. I don't think they'll be surprised. Instead, they'll remember us as cockroaches forever. Lin Ling also smiled faintly. The Reverend King followed Lin Ling and his companion. Previously, when Lu Xingyun looked at them, he was afraid of being discovered, so he was very nervous. However, he noticed that Lin Ling and his companion were calm, even calmer than him. This made him feel a little ashamed. These two guys must have done a lot of earth-shattering things, so they could be so calm. However, although Lin Ling and his companion were calm, they knew that they couldn't stay here for long, so they also strode out of Dragon Tooth City. At this moment, Lu Xingyun had already arrived at the gate of the mansion. How dare you! Our lord is back, and you don't even salute him. Master! The expert next to Lu Xingyun suddenly shouted angrily, because the guards outside the gate were motionless like statues. Oh no, they're all dead. Lu Xingyun looked at the few people indifferently. Suddenly, he frowned slightly. He instantly found that there was something wrong with the guards. What? The other experts' faces changed greatly. Someone dared to kill the guards of the Lu family. This was beyond their imagination. Let's go in and have a look. Lu Xingyun felt that something was wrong, and he quickly strode into the mansion. The mansion was silent, so silent that it made people's hearts palpitate. The experts who followed Lu Xingyun all looked dignified. They had been in the Lu family for many years, but this was the first time they saw the Lu family so quiet. Follow me. Lu Xingyun's face became even more dignified, like a dark cloud shrouding the place. As they continued forward, they saw the corpses on the ground, and the blood flowed like a river. Who is so bold? Seeing this, one of the old men couldn't help but shout angrily. Because the people who stayed in the Lu family were all dead, this was a direct provocation to the Lu family. However, Lu Xingyun didn't care about the dead people. His pace kept increasing, and his heart began to roar. All kinds of thoughts arose in his mind. Could it be that the intruder knew that he wasn't at home, so they did whatever they wanted in his house? Moreover, he hoped that the treasures were fine. However, those treasures were guarded by the reverend king, and with the enchantment that Lu Xingyun had set up, the treasures should be fine. As he walked quickly, Lu Xingyun quietly smiled. It turned out that he was worried for nothing. However, when he reached the east wing, that smile froze on his face. Because the huge bronze secret room's door was now open, and it was violently opened. There were broken chains on the ground, and the reverend king was nowhere to be seen. No! Lu Xingyun roared, and rushed into the secret room like the wind. However, the empty secret room stunned him. Because all the treasures were gone. Only 2 treasures were left. One was the supreme giant flower, but it had withered. The other was the mysterious stone tablet, but it was now broken. Puff! Lu Xingyun spat out a mouthful of blood, and it splashed on the bronze wall like a bright flower. Sir! The other experts also arrived, and when they saw the scene in front of them, they all gasped in surprise. Gone! Everything was gone. What kind of monster was this? Even the supreme giant flower was not spared. This person was too despicable. For a moment, the experts fell silent. They knew that Sir Lu treated the treasures in the secret room as second to his life. Now that his reverse scale had been plucked, they could imagine how Sir Lu felt. Who is it? Could it be the Reverend King? It can't be him, because he can't break the enchantment of the bronze secret room. Which bastard dares to rob our Lu residence when Sir Lu is not here? The experts discussed animatedly. Lu Xingyun's mouth was overflowing with blood, and his mind was filled with anger. How many years had it been since he became martial god Qilin's last disciple? This was the first time he had suffered such a great loss. Who is it? He calmed down and kept thinking. Suddenly, his pupils trembled violently. It's them, he said solemnly. His words made the expert stop talking and look at Lu Xingyun. They also wanted to know who had humiliated Sir Lu. It's those 2 young men. Lu Xingyun was indeed the head of the Heavenly Court's branch. After thinking carefully, he already had a guess. In Dragon Tooth City, even the 100 Lane clan did not dare to provoke him. Only those 2 people dared to, and they were the cockroaches he had mentioned. Chapter 30:17. The sage-to-be was furious. My lord, it's impossible. Shouldn't they have escaped from Dragon Tooth City? Someone asked incredulously. Those 2 had already guessed our thoughts and knew that we would definitely go out of the city to plunder. Therefore, they had been hiding in the city and used our departure as an excuse to turn our nest upside down. They even purposely let out news to make us think that they had escaped from Dragon Tooth City. Lu Xingyun said word by word. After hearing his explanation, the experts gasped again. The two young men were really terrifying. They knew their every move. No, it should be said that they were toyed with in the palm of their hands. Oh no, Lu Xingyun suddenly thought of something and his face changed again. There were only three most precious things in his life. The first was his master, martial god Qilin, the second was the bronze secret room, and the last was Lu Xian. Miss. Everyone came to their senses and rushed to Lu Xian's residence. They kept shouting in their hearts. Miss must be fine. Otherwise, they did not know how angry Lu Xingyun would be. When they arrived at Lu Xian's residence, they were disappointed by what they saw. Because there wasn't a single person here. Lu Xian had disappeared. My lord, look at these words. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, causing Lu Xingyun to take a step forward. He arrived in front of the words written in blood, but it was still a shocking sight. Lu Xian's whereabouts were written in the words. She was dead. Most importantly, she had been thrown to the dogs. A dignified half-saint expert's daughter had been thrown to the dogs. This caused everyone to be flabbergasted. Lu Xingyun roared and rushed to the ancient well outside the hall. He immediately saw the body under the ancient well. It was being bitten by three vicious dogs. Judging from the clothes, it was undoubtedly Lu Xian. What a sin! The others also arrived at the ancient well. Their hearts were still trembling. Lu Xian had caught many people to feed the dogs over the years. Now, she had also ended up being fed to the dogs. Such an encounter was undoubtedly a huge blow to Lu Xingyun. I'm going to kill them. Lu Xingyun was stunned at the edge of the ancient well. Then, blood spurted out of his mouth as if it was free of charge. He went crazy. He had lost two of the three most precious things in his life. Sir, please calm down. It was the first time for everyone to see Lu Xingyun so angry. However, everyone's persuasion was obviously useless. Lu Xingyun let out a roar that shook Dragon Tooth City. Everyone in Dragon Tooth City was like cicadas in winter. The wrath of a half-saint almost made them kneel down. Boom! Then, the ground cracked open, and a figure shot up into the sky, rushing towards the direction of the ancient forest. By the way, there were three people who brushed past us earlier. At that time, I felt that one of them was very familiar. He seemed to have the aura of the Reverend King, but I didn't think too much about it at the time. Could it be that he was one of those three? A cold-looking man suddenly said. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Then, their eyes turned red with anger. It turned out that the murderer had walked right past them, and they hadn't noticed him at all. They were so stupid. Chase. Then, the crowd rushed out of Dragon Tooth City one after another. A large number of powerhouses were dispatched, which also led to a drastic change in Dragon Tooth City. At this moment, Lin Ling and the other two were rushing through the ancient forest, startling the birds. However, at this moment, Lin Ling looked back, and his face suddenly turned cold. He said lightly, "This Lu Xingyun is indeed a half-saint powerhouse. He really has some tricks up his sleeve. He noticed us in such a short time." Hearing this, the faces of Sakura and the Reverend King changed greatly. A half-saint powerhouse had arrived? Die. In just a moment, the clouds above the sky were separated. Like the sound of Buddha, a rolling momentum forcibly swept through the ancient forest, rushing towards Lin Ling. Leave quickly. The Reverend King knew how terrifying Lu Xingyun's strength was, so he said anxiously. It's too late. However, Lin Ling didn't leave. He stood quietly on the ground, because he knew it was too late to leave now. Sure enough, dark clouds began to condense in the sky. Then, the dark clouds exploded, and thunder rumbled, bombarding the earth. A gentle middle-aged man appeared in the sky. He looked down at the three people on the ground like a saint, and the murderous intent in his eyes was revealed without any concealment. "You two cockroaches. You killed my daughter and robbed my Lu family. I'm going to tear off all your limbs and turn you into my dolls." The loud voice, with malice and ferocity, spread throughout the ancient forest. In a distant place, the warriors of Dragon Tooth City looked into the distance. They seemed to have guessed something, and they were all terrified. Those two young men were really bold. "Lu Xingyun, your daughter is vicious. She killed people and fed them to the dogs. Now, we are just returning what she did to her. Kill." Seeing Lu Xingyun, the reverend king's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He and Lu Xingyun had been holding back for many years, but this time, he couldn't bear it anymore. "Old man, get out of my way. Roar." Lu Xingyun roared ferociously. His right hand pulled behind his back, and the wind and clouds were pulled by him, forming a huge lightning halberd and throwing it at the reverend king. Rumble. As soon as the lightning halberd was thrown, its rank power reached 30%. The vast forest instantly exploded, turning into ashes. The reverend king's face changed greatly. He also urged his rank power to resist the lightning halberd. Then, with a rumbling sound, the reverend king on the ground temporarily blocked the lightning halberd, but he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. This resistance was obviously only temporary. "Lu Xingyun, you can't do whatever you want. Roar." Seeing this, Sakura roared. He knew that he was no match for Lu Xingyun, so he activated the bone shield he got from the secret room. At the same time, his right hand waved out 3 jade talismans. As soon as the jade talismans appeared, a mysterious power bloomed. Wind, fire, and mountains appeared, all of which were rank powers. It was like a god had arrived, protecting the reverend king from the lightning halberd in the sky. Rumble. With the addition of the new power, the pressure on the reverend king's defense was greatly reduced. Undoubtedly, Lu Xingyun was once again roaring with anger because he had spent countless efforts to obtain those jade talismans. He was reluctant to use them, and even his daughter did not leave a few for her. But now, they were all taken advantage of by these bastards. Go to hell. His big hand was like the chaos of the universe. It ruthlessly pressed down, and the rank power of the 3 jade talismans was destroyed as easily as tofu. Boom. Chapter 30:18. Forcefully resisting a half-saint. The half-saint realm was indeed terrifying. At the same time, the powerhouses of the Lu clan arrived one after another. They surrounded the area with bloodshot eyes, as if they were determined to kill Lin Ling and the other two. For a moment, Lin Ling and the other two were unable to escape even if they grew wings. "What's your name?" Lu Xingyun said as he looked at Lin Ling with a sinister gaze. He noticed that after his arrival, the blue-robed young man's expression had not changed at all. He was neither panicked nor nervous, and he did not even try to help the Reverend King and King Mu. Such an expression made him even more uncomfortable. Of course, this also made Lu Xingyun feel quite surprised. Such a calm junior, no wonder they were all fooled. Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling raised his head and said indifferently. "Why did you kill my daughter? Why did you rob my Lu family?" Lu Xingyun said word by word. He had 100 questions in his mind. With the young man's cultivation, he really shouldn't have provoked the Lu family. Anyone with a brain wouldn't have done that. "Your daughter killed us first," Lin Ling said calmly. "She wants to kill you, so you should be killed by her. Who told you to resist?" Lu Xingyun's eyes were full of cold light. He, as expected, a crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. Like father, like daughter. But what surprised me is that you really dote on your daughter. Wasn't your daughter born from the union between you and an animal? Hearing this, the sneer on the corner of Lin Ling's mouth became even thicker, and his mocking voice floated out. This brat is about to die, yet he still dares to spout such nonsense. Hearing the mocking words, the warriors of the Lu family all turned pale. They all looked at Lu Xingyun. Sure enough, the murderous intent on his face had reached its peak. "Little bastard, I'm going to tear your mouth apart." Lu Xingyun laughed. It was a crazy laugh. This was also the first time in his life that he had felt killing intent toward a martial immortal level person of the younger generation. Furthermore, it was an intense killing intent. "Thunder, come." He raised his right arm high, and rolling realm essence rushed out, forming a thunder cloud in his palm. Mixed with an incomparably violent power, he slapped it fiercely toward Lin Ling. His talent was the rare thundercloud talent, known as the Supreme Thundercloud Gathering Talent. His master had found it in a godly ruin and gifted it to him. According to legend, it was the Thunder God's art technique art. Lu Xingyun, an emperor by Lu Xingyun, Lu Xingyun, Lu Xingyun, Xingyun Xingyun, Xingyun Xingyun, Xingyun, Xingyun 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 Xingyun, Xingyun Xingyun Xingyun, Xingyun 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 Realm, Xingyun Shengshengyan, Xingyun Xingyun, Xingyun, Shengengenjian, Shengshengyan when he was, he, Sheng then, he, Xingyun. Shengling sh Xingyun to Shengtou Xingyun. Time and space divine steel, realm devouring beast, dragon god, 4 elements fusion. Lin Ling spoke in a low voice. His aura climbed higher and higher. The body of a fiend god descended, a giant mouth appeared, a dragon god roared, causing the ancient forest and 10,000 dragons to tremble. At this moment, a vast amount of world essence, in addition to the power of the universe, crazily condensed on his fist, causing him to shoot up into the sky like an arrow. All kinds of illusions appeared, causing the reverend king's expression to change greatly. When this guy fought me, he obviously did not use 120% of his strength. Rumble. At this moment, the huge thundercloud palm in the sky smashed down, and the earth god demon fist soared into the sky. In addition to the suppression of the time and space divine steel, it caused the ancient forest to tumble. A large number of huge trees that several people could wrap their arms around were tumbling in the sky at this moment. In the distance, the warriors of the Dragon Tooth City who came to watch were all flipped over. The weak ones even vomited blood, and their expressions changed greatly. Boom! A deafening sound rang out. Lin Ling's body was constantly pushed back by the enormous force, and his body was constantly being destroyed. However, his god-demon body was constantly healing his injuries. It was only when he was completely smashed into the ground that the destructive force disappeared. A huge hole thousands of miles wide appeared in the ground. Beside the huge hole, thunder and lightning roared like snakes, sealing the hole. "He's dead," many people said with serious expressions. The anger of a half-saint was indeed terrifying. Is this all there is to a half-saint? However, in the next moment, a figure shot out from the huge hole like a javelin. He ignored the thunder and lightning around him and looked indifferently at Lu Xingyun in the sky. This unforeseen event shocked all the warriors of the Dragon Tooth City. A martial immortal had actually blocked the attack of a half-saint? That was too heaven-defying. Heavens, his defense is even more terrifying than I imagined. The Reverend King was also dumbfounded. In his opinion, after Lu Xingyun arrived, the three of them would be powerless to resist. However, who would have thought that the most mysterious young man would actually block Lu Xingyun's attack? It had to be said that this was an earth-shattering pride. Lu Xingyun didn't use his true strength. Moreover, although my second brother's defense is strong, it won't last long. In contrast to the Reverend King's shock, Sakura said with a serious expression. In fact, Lin Ling also knew this. At present, he was still no match for a half-saint. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bow, and it had to be released. Old man, do you know why I'm targeting you? First, your daughter wants to kill me. Second, you're from the heavenly court. Lin Ling floated up. His robe fluttered, and his long hair danced wildly like a demon. Bastard, I'll tear you apart alive. Lu Xingyun was also surprised by Lin Ling's strength. It could be said that he had seen countless mid-martial immortals. However, Lin Ling had surprised him the most. Without a doubt, Lin Ling was definitely a peerless genius. However, the hatred of his daughter's death was absolutely irreconcilable. Therefore, no matter what, this Lin Ling had to die. He absolutely had to die. Tear me apart alive? You're not qualified. Your master is still a little qualified. However, it won't be long before your master becomes a ghost under my sword. Lin Ling sneered. His hands began to form complicated seals. An ancient aura began to spread out. It was like a barrier that sealed the entire ancient forest. Once this aura was released, everyone was shocked. People felt a strong pressure. It was as if they were seeing the arrival of an ancient god. Even Lu Xingyun's expression changed slightly. This cockroach's methods were really endless. Even with his experience, he couldn't see what the young man was using. I see that the people of this world are walking on the boundless earth. They don't know what's going on. 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 Even if they have 1,000 gene of gold, they don't know the poverty of the forest. A faintly discernible voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. It was like the sound of a Buddhist bell. It entered everyone's ears and gave them a sense of eternal holiness. What is this? The reverend king's expression changed greatly. The Lin Ling before him gave him a feeling that he was sacred and inviolable. Dragon Clan, 8 stone steel.